very tight.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to another channel here, the Mystery Aircraft. We're going back and forth on this one, back and forth. X-Plane, Microsoft, X-Plane, Microsoft. And to tell you the truth, I had X-Plane ready to go, and I just couldn't do it. Psych! Fenix V2 sitting at you here in Queenstown, New Zealand, getting ready to hop over to Sydney, Australia. Listen, I came to the office today wearing some shin guards and other padding because I knew I was going to be taking some shots because y'all voted for the A321 XLR, and I knew it was, I just, you know, I'm ready. I deserve it. Get them out now. Fire your shots. Keep firing. And while you're firing, you might want to check yourself because double psych Kuro 787 is here in the chat. Well, it's not in the chat, it's in the stream. So, yes. All right. Here we go. While you're getting your shots out on me, I fully deserve them. I have two reasons we're not flying the 321 XLR today, and I think they are very, very good reasons, okay? Number one, we're going to be in Natolis and X-Plane all of next week. We have our sim prep check rides all of next week, so we're going to be in Natolis. I was like, well, okay, so I'm going to do Natolis all next week. Why should we do Natolis on this flight? Because we're supposed to be seeing scenery, and Sydney's supposed to be really beautiful in the sim, and I didn't want to download 71 gigabytes of Sydney Ortho and all that good stuff. So that's reason number one. All right. Reason number two, I can't remember what it is now, honestly. Oh, yeah, that's what it was. So a long time ago, the original plan, this is really going to be our only time, our only opportunity to fly the 787, because I really don't like the Kuro 787. I think it flies like poo-poo, but this is going to be the only stream where we get to actually see it. I figured it would work out. We go from Queenstown. Hopefully we don't run into the mountain or run off the end of the runway, because we got to make sure our weight is light enough, and then we're going to head over to Sydney in the 78. So that's why. The original poll, way back when the tour started, was going to be the 787. I said we would do it. I kind of delayed it. We did the 74. We did the A310. So the 787 is making its debut and finale all in one stream here, because I still think it needs a lot of work as far as flight model is concerned. But I think it's going to be a fun flight. It's going to be pretty scenic when we get down there to Sydney as well. We do have the Flight Tampa scenery. I tried installing the city skyline, skyscraper, whatever scenery that was, and I just couldn't. It was crashing my sim. Like, it would lock up. It said there was a file error. I wouldn't verify the files. I don't know what's going on with that. So I uninstalled the city skyline, but I have the airport, and everything should be working, hopefully, as well. Can the poo-poo Kuro even do the RNP AR? Lauren, well, you and I are along for a ride, because I have never done a test flight in this airplane. I don't even really know how familiar I am with the cockpit. Probably my only cockpit experience in the 787 has been 3 jump seats. I rode the jump seat 3 times in the 787, and that's it. So we're going to kind of fumble, hopefully not fumble around too much, getting the flight plan loaded, because it is Microsoft. Now, one thing, while I was sitting here, I should have done the weight and balance while we were counting down. So I'm going to have to adjust that. But yes, we are live. No more trolls. No more trolling. We're in the Kuro 78. Did you guys like that? Did you guys like that? Did you guys like that little, did I get you? Raise your hand if I got you in chat. You thought we were in the Tolas. And then raise your hand if you thought we were in the Fenix V2. I thought I got you. But all right, we're good to go. This is us for real. I mean, I got to say, the model is pretty nice. The livery I found, kind of low res, not awesome. But, I mean, I think it's going to be, I mean, the 7.8 is a 7.8. I think the 350 is better. The nose on the 7.8 just looks like it has issues, you know? Like, how did Boeing screw up the one thing that they've done right for so long on the 7.3s, the 7.4s? Every Boeing aircraft has a beautiful nose. And then they come up with the 7.8 and they just, I don't know what happened. I really don't know what happened there on the nose of the 7.8. Other than that, I mean, it is a pretty airplane. It's real time. Real weather, hold on. I'm sorry, not real time. We fast forwarded 1 hour, so the sun will be rising here for our departure. Real weather, though. So let's go ahead and reset the drone cam. Let's come back to regular cam. Let's come back to cockpit cam, and we're going to fire this thing up together. X-Plane fans didn't like it. I know. So listen, I was fully ready to go in X-Plane 12. I had the stream ready to go. I had the sim loaded up. The Tolas 321 looks beautiful. It's to the point where the Tolas 321 looks so good, it feels like it doesn't belong in the X-Plane platform. Like, it could definitely pass for a Microsoft airplane now. Like, it looked beautiful, and I really thought it would be fun to fly it, but at the same time, I was like, look, we're going to be doing Airbus study questions the whole flight over there, and we want to see some beautiful sunrise, sunset departures, and I know you're going to be upset, so just like I said, I got my shin guards on, I got padding on, I'm wearing some level 3 plates, so take your shots. I deserve it. I betrayed the public democracy on the voting, but it is what it is. All right, here we go. Felt for it like a bass for a crank break. Bosco, I like it, man. I like it. All right, I don't even know where the battery switch is, so let's just go ahead and get the ground. There it is. And then we can go battery on. We'll go, all 3 external powers are going to come online. I already have SimBrief loading. Looks like this is coming to life. This is all pretty much very Boeing-esque to me. So I think we'll be able to figure ourselves out around here on this cockpit. Shouldn't be too bad. V wants to no bus today. Roberto, no bus today, but have no fear, Roberto. Look what I have. I have a little surprise for the chat y'all haven't seen here. You haven't seen this one in a while. Ready? Are you ready? So I'm just full of surprises. Roberto, scroll the stream back to when the countdown ended, and you'll see why. You'll see why we're in a 787. But I have one more surprise up my sleeve. Are y'all ready for this? Y'all haven't seen this one in a very long time. Ready? Boom. The Throttletek 737 throttle Quadrant. We got our start with the little knobs here that match the 7.8 pretty darn close. So we haven't got to use this puppy in quite some time, but we are fully ready to go. So We got our 737 throttle quadrant. I figured it's time to get it up and get it set up because we're going to be doing some PMDG 737 ops in Australia because there are quite a few 737 operations out there. So it lives indeed, Water. It lives. So Roberto, my man, yes, no Airbus today. I wanted to see the scenery of Microsoft. That's what it boils down to for this one. But we're doing Airbus study, and we're going to be in the TOLUS 321 and 320 and 319 literally all next week, guys. We're taking a break from the tour for check ride prep streams all next week. So, all right, let's continue to get this thing fired up here. IRS, we're going to go on left and right. That looks good. I'm going to kind of just scan the panel myself because, like I said, I'm very unfamiliar. APU is off. Battery's on. Everything looks good here. AC buses, we'll keep those on. That's right. They're in the on position. Wiper, we don't need that. Glare shield, we don't need that. Why are all our lights on here? Let's turn all these lights off. That's kind of interesting. Glare shield, we'll turn these. Overhead panel, dome light. Well, there we go. We got some light in here. Master bright. There we go. Passenger signs, we'll leave those off for right now. Hydraulics. You know what? There's nothing wrong with auto. Let's just go ahead and put all our hydraulics into auto. Our window heat we're going to leave off. Emergency lights, we're going to go ahead and arm those. Flight deck door power, let's go ahead and power that sucker up. Passenger oxygen is on. Everything looks good there. Coming up the third panel. I don't know why all our lights are on. Oh no, they were off. Rip, I did it wrong. Sorry, thanks guys. Reset it. We're all good. Everything is off there. We do need logo lights. We do need nav lights. Wing anti-ice, we'll leave all those off. Fuel we'll leave off until we're done fueling. Now, I will say this too. This overhead, when I flew in the jump seat of the 787, the first thing that came out to me was, man, this cockpit looks kind of plasticky and cheap, honestly. Like I don't know how else to explain it. That's just how the cockpit felt when I sat in it. But the texturing here from, I think this is some part of Kuro work. I don't know if it's default, but this is very good. Like, it looks like this. It's kind of got that, it's not like a metal, but it's not just plastic. It's some weird, whatever they make this out of, aluminum, a combination, maybe the paint that they use. But this panel looks very good. It looks very realistic to the real thing, as far as I could tell. Anyway, let's continue on here. Let's go up the right-hand side. Wipers are off. Everything looks good. Pressurization, that's all in auto. Trim air. Left pack's off. Right pack is off. That's fine. Cargo. Okay, good. So everything looks good there. Now let's hop down into the good old MCDU down here. And we're going to initialize. Now, before we do this, we have to load per the default weight and balance. And again, this is something that I should have done before the stream started, so I apologize. Let me go ahead and run through this real quick here. I flew the Dreamliner Level D3 years ago at United Training Center on Denver. It's like flying a Cadillac. It's beautiful. Roberto, nice, man. I would be very interested to fly the 7.8 with the sim and a 350 sim because I want to see. They seem very similar on the outside looking in. It's like the best of both companies, right? Airbus's best technology, Boeing's best technology. I think it would be very cool to see. I don't know if I know anybody typed on both airplanes. That would be a great conversation to have. Someone who's been typed and flown both 7.8 and 350s, put the best of the best from both companies out there, see how they compare to one another. What do you think about Microsoft Flight Physics compared to X-Plane? Vigil, I will tell you this. The X-Plane, when I was doing the practice stream for TOLUS, it's a breath of fresh air. I will say that. The TOLUS hand flying is freaking awesome, man. Like, there's really it's a breath of fresh air. And I know if you guys are sad we're not on X-Plane 12 today, don't be sad. We have an entire week of X-Plane 12 coming at you. So we may even do it tomorrow, depending on how well everybody behaves today. I'm not too fond on the 350, really. But the 7.8 was a dream come true. That's awesome, Roberto. That is awesome, man. That's awesome. Not too fond of the 350. Why is that, Roberto? Well, now you have to. Now I got to know why you're not too fond of the 350. All right, let me get this. I'm going to put this into pounds here, and let me pull up my PDF so I can see what I'm loading. Just give me 1 second here. Well, this is interesting. I can't bring it over to the other screen. There we go. All right, give me a quick second, y'all. So 0 fuel weight. So the fuel, planned gate fuel today, 40,000 pounds. So right now our fuel on board is 111. We don't need that. Let's go ahead and wind that sucker down. I'm going to take 49,000. We'll take a little bit. That seems low. I tell you what, let's take 55,000. Oh, hell, let's take 58,000 pounds. That looks good. We'll take 58,000 pounds of fuel. That seems awfully sus. Does that seem right to y'all? I guess it would be all right. 58. I did the Kuro profile in SimBrief, so we should see. Who joined? Who's that? Bob Berger. Welcome to Commercial Pilot. Glad to have you on board. Welcome to the channel. Exclamation point welcome with your new perks here. Thank you for joining the channel, sir. Or ma'am. I guess your name is Bob Berger, so sir. All right. And so that's our fuel, our 0 fuel weight. Well, from SimBrief, we were looking to get a 313er. Max out total takeoff weight. So right now, and we're looking for a takeoff weight of 352. We need to lighten up this payload here a little bit. Let's lighten her up. For safety purposes, let's take 340. So we'll however many people that is, but we've lightened the load up, so we're 340,000 pounds now with 58,000 pounds. All right, there we go. I think that should do it. So that is loaded, and I'm gonna get rid of this. Now we can go ahead and start doing this here. I'm gonna put this up here just until I in case I need it. I'll actually move you up further in case I need it. Let me get back. Not an Airbus guy since I flew the E190. Going back to the 320 was comfortable, but not that much fun. I'm back at Embraers and the Phenom 300. Roberto, I didn't know that. Well, that's awesome, man. Well, the Embraer, hey, I love the, I do like Embraers. I think they make good airplanes, man. I've never flown a Phenom. I did a test ride in a Phenom when when I was flying corporate. My boss was looking to upgrade from a Bravo, from a Citation, and we actually did a test flight in a Phenom many years ago. But I think Embraer makes great airplanes. I really do. I really wish we had a high quality one in the sim. I think that would be a lot of fun. Aviator Nick gifted 5 memberships to the channel. Aviator Nick, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships to the channel. That's very kind of you. Thank you for that. Guys, if you pick up a membership from Aviator Nick, make sure you shout him out. Let him know you're appreciative of that. Jeremy Harvey, I see you got a membership from Aviator Nick. That's awesome, Jeremy. That's awesome. All right, here we go. Reserves. I don't know what we're going to... let's just take an extra. Let's do... Or not take an extra. We'll put 10,000 for reserve fuel. Cruise altitude, we're set to go at flight level 400. That's going in there. Cost index, we're going 99. That all looks good. And there we go. So now we're going to go back to our index. We're going to go back to our route, and we're going to do this. We're going to go NZQN, and then we're going to go to YSSY. For some reason, I really like this KO code. Oh, I did it the Airbus way. Hold on. NZQN, YSSY. I just like typing YSSY. I don't know why. Captain on the E190 for 4 years. Flew the 320 as a captain for 5 years. Nice, Roberto. Nice. All right, so that's good. And we do have the FT Sim sound pack, by the way, y'all who are wondering. Our flight is Qantas Flight 357. That's going into there. We'll go ahead and activate and execute. Departures and arrivals. We're going to blast off of runway 5 because it's the juice. And we're taking the EPNO 3 Alpha because that's also the juice. Our flight plan is going to be out to Ipnor. Ooh, that's not correct. Let me see real quick here on what SimBrief said for our first transition. That doesn't look right. Ipnor 3, Ipnor Adkos. Adkos is what we want for the transition. We'll go ahead and execute that. Now we'll go to the route page. We'll go to the next page. And then from Adkos... no, Qantas is actually GE, Scotty, too. They're actually GE. 99 cost index means you burn a lot of fuel, so you can climb fast and fly fast, Sergeant. Basically, the higher the cost index, the less efficient you're operating that aircraft, but the faster you are over time. All right. We're continuing on here, plugging away flight plan, since you can't really load it via the SimBrief. After Adkos, we're taking Papa 766. So let's go Papa 766 right here, and we're going to take that airway out to... all the way out to Tonim. Pretty easy flight plan. TONIM, India Mike. That's going right here. Execute. And after Tonim, it's direct to Rickney. which is Romeo India Kilo November India. We'll throw that in here. Direct. We'll execute that. Does it have sim brief integration? Maybe it does. Well, we're already this far through it. Let's just continue on working out. After Rickney, it's November 744 to Marlin. So November 744. Again, like airway not found. Oh, 774. That's why. 774. And out to Marlin. MARLN. And I actually have a poke bowl since we're flying over the water. I got a poke bowl for lunch, which we'll snack that down and cruise. Arrivals. Okay, so what is the juiciest arrival into Sydney? Y'all tell me in chat. I'm going to pull up my Navigraph. I thought I looked it up. So come over Sydney Harbor. I think we're on it. I think we're on the Marlin, but I need to look at transitions here. So let me scroll this down. We are looking at the Marlin 5, but what runway do they land? Marlin 5, I'd like to land on, I don't want to take the Marlin 5. That one's not very juicy. What about the Boar 3? No, Marlin, kind of. The Mephill would take us over Sydney, but it's kind of out of the way. 2-5, land 2-5. Let me see here. Let me go 10-9. You should be able to see if I go like this. Can you see it? Yay. 3-4 left preferred for international. So looking at it here, 3-4 left. Okay. So let's go approach. Let's look at 3-4 left approaches and see what kind of approach transitions they got. Oh, it's pretty simple here. I wish there was like an RMP that came in over Sydney Harbor. A GLS 3-4 left? Wow. All right, we'll just plan for the standard. 7 and 2-5 is not used unless required. Okay, good deal, good deal. All right, we'll plan for 3-4 left off the Marlin then. So we'll go, I don't want it's weird. I find it very interesting that it puts GPS first. ILS 3-4 left, Marlin 5, no transition. We'll execute that. That is done. So that is done. Takeoff speeds. We're going to do a flaps 15 for departure. Our CG is 21. That gives us, and then we're going to burn at least 1,000 pounds. But let's just be super conservative. Let's go 340 even on the takeoff gross weight. I got to put a decimal 0. And then we're going to run these 29, 33, 44. Pre-flight checklist complete. I'm going to put you on the legs page. And we are going to close weight and balance. We're going to get GSX to start the boarding process. Is too small for your aircraft. Let's go ahead and do that.
Do you want a board crew?
Nope, we're both on board already.
Passengers bus is coming.
And here we go, chat. We are ready to go. We are ready to get this thing going now. All right. Unable that arrival. It's not juicy enough. I know it took a minute there for me, heads down, but let's go ahead and close off Navigraph. Let's go ahead and unpin and remove this message. And we're good to go. And let's go ahead and fire up the APU. Let's go ahead and see what the APU sounds like. So we're going to go APU on. And we already have our fuel on board too, right? So let's get our fuel pumps on. Is there any fuel tank pump sounds? Nothing. We do have FT sim. We shall see though. Let's go ahead and crank it. Look at that old Qantas 7.3. That's awesome.
Passengers boarding starting.
Water, your Microsoft is broke? In-flight movie today will be Kangaroo Jack. Kangaroo Jack is today's in-flight movie. Al W, thank you for the 22 months of support. After today, we're going to need a troll emoji. Yes, indeed, man. Yes, indeed. Al, good to see you. Man, Al, y'all have been cooking out there in DFW. I've been looking at the temps. pretty wild, man. Pretty wild. All right, so APU is on. Let's go ahead and turn our packs on. Hopefully we'll get some air. I don't think I have to. These all say avail. I don't have to turn them on though, right? Because it's already on APU bus, so that looks good. All right, the winds are our air is starting to blow down. We'll go ahead and hit the magic barrel ref key. We don't have any ATC on, so we're going to dial in 400. We'll see if we should be able to get there initially. It's pretty low, or a pretty light climb out. 400 is set. I always forget what to put here in the Boeings. V2 plus 10, V2 plus 20. I'm going to bug 250. Actually, here is a point though. We need a, let's put terrain up on ND. And I need to put, we need to put constraints on. Is there a way to put constraints? I forget how to do that. Goodness. It's range, barrows are set, map. I want that one. Plan. No, I want map mode. Menu. Data. Airport. This is very very Embraer-ish here. But there's got to be an acceleration. The acceleration and thrust reduction is not standard. Where would one change thrust reduction altitude in a Boeing? That's something I don't think I've ever done. Or does that just not happen? You just do takeoff thrust the whole way. I guess you do takeoff thrust the whole way, right? This is a flex. We're not flexing. Runway POS. What's POS? That's on the next page of the perf. Let's go next page over one more time. Aha, thank you, Guru. Yes, so engine out, we're going to leave that. Acceleration, though, we're changing that to 4,000? I can't remember. Maybe like 3,400. I think it's like 3,400. Thrust reduction, 3,400 feet. Runway condition, POS. Well, yeah, well, it was so runway winds. We don't even have current winds here at Queenstown. If someone got winds for me by chance, I could throw them in there. Reference OAT. I'm going to leave that blank. We'll put the winds, crosswind components. Slope, we are dry. So everything else looks good, though. Everything else looks good down there. Now, I would like to change my inset settings. Don't remember how to do that. We'll come over here. We'll do electric, hydraulics, fuel, air conditioning. $200 at 2, so pretty much nil. All right. Taft, New Zealand. Thank you, Digital Merc. 360 at 8. Light rain shower scattered at 6,000. Okay, clear message. We'll redo those. 360 at 8. There's our 5 knot, 6 knot. And you said it's wet, huh? Light rain showers, rip. Let's do, can I just do slant wet? Will it take that? Oh, invalid message, okay. Alright, so let's go back. Who's gonna have new speeds? We're not doing this. We're going here. We're going 29, 33, 44. Alright. That should be fine. Top altitude 400, 360, 250. We'll get flight directors auto throttle after departure. That all looks good. And then down here, let's come down here, over here, sorry. I like using this third one here. We'll go VHF. We'll make 122.8. Put you right there. We'll swap you 122.8 for the active comm. And then we need to go menu, transponder, squawk 2000. 2000 on the squawk code. I'm actually going to leave that there, and I'm going to put this VHF there. 22.8, transponder down there. Everything else looks good. All right, we are pretty much set to go. Transponder motors in standby. Beautiful. Acceleration height less than thrust reduction height. Oh yeah, 3434. Thank you. 3400, 3400. For some reason, I saw these numbers somewhere, and I couldn't remember where I saw them. That's why I think it was when we did that Fenix stream. We'll keep engine out at 1500, which is probably also incorrect, but I don't have any company data charts to put there, so that would be something that would be located in your company charts. We're loading up a lot of Barbies, a lot of shrimps and Barbies here. Look at those ULDs. Let's actually go back to drone cam because I can kind of pinned in here with the terminal. That's going to be a lot of passengers by bus, and they're going under that, hey, whoever that 737 is that's next to the 78, we apologize. Our passengers are doing a pseudo pre-flight check for you. So they're walking under his nose. Eric, it is like, look, it is a beautiful plane. I rag on the 7.8 a lot, just because I'm disappointed in the 7.8 because I want the nose to be better. I want the nose to be more Boeing, and then the flaps are very bleh. Is that guy gonna clear the runway? Barely see him. He's at the end of the runway right now. Oh. Yo, did you just go into the dirt?
That was close.
That was real close. That guy barely made it out.
I was up with about 200 feet from me.
That's awesome. Alright. No shrimps and no Z, mate. Only prawns? Aviate. Alright, prawns. Prawns only.
Traffic, Clipper 705 pushing trackside.
Clipper 705. I don't see any clippers over there. I'd love to see a clipper. Ooh, is it that 74 or 380 74 maybe? Could stand here and be like, I wonder if they do this in Qantas. Greet passengers from down here. I've done that. I've done that a couple times. When you do air stair boarding, just come down here and stand here and greet passengers when they come up. It's kind of neat. Kind of gives them a more personal feeling when they're boarding the aircraft. I like that Qantas retro, Jeff. I really do. There's a built-in checklist on the aircraft, MCP, close to the EFIS. Ooh, built-in checklist, you say. MCP next to the EFIS. Mode control panel. Yes, that's right. I remember seeing them do this in real life. Aha! All right, parking brake, fuel control. All right, how do I go to the next one? Checklist complete. Arrow right. Oh, that's cool. Okay, how do you go to the next one? Normal checklist. Before start, passenger signs, V2, heading, track out, takeoff speed, CDU. Beautiful. Thank you, whoever said that. Who was that? Scott Morgan. Thank you. That's right. I remember watching on the jump seat. They go through this built in all the time. All the time. All right, so that is good. We got terrain up on. Let's go ahead and dim those screens down a little bit. Let's go ahead and get, which ones are they? Lower contrast, HUD, glare shield. Actually, what? Let's get the seatbelt signs. Auto. We'll turn them on. And
Passengers boarding starting.
we'll continue to wait here. They're still doing that. Where are your brightness knobs at? There we go. Turn them down a little bit. I want to, so the only other thing that I really want to check here is I want to edit this here. How does one edit the PFD? CDU info, MFD left. Is there a way to edit away the terrain on the PFD? That's what I want to. That's what I want to do. I want to edit away the PF or the terrain on this one. I want to change this thing here. Menu, plan, can't move that. I know you can do it in real life. Be down here. What EFIS power left? I can't move that. Only if you turn on the side panel. Well, that's what I thought. But no, that's just brightness. Because, like, you know how you can. I don't know if I go to menu. Is this a repeater? Is there no way to change? Surely there's a way to change your PFD settings.
You can pass up full right if you want to going starting engine.
Turn traffic on. Go to airports, waypoint. We don't need those. Starter, I don't know what that is. Data is on. I'll turn keep data on. Not in this aircraft. In real life you can. Right now it's mimicked. Ah, okay. Thank you, Micah Messer. So yeah, it's mimic. It's just mimicking what I do here with the menu. So and this is very Embraer-ish here, because on the Embraer, these CDUs are exactly the same on the 170, 190, and you could set up all your settings here. You could set your settings here. That was one thing that was really cool about the Embraer series, is the amount of customization you had with the screens. But all right, that's fine. That's fine. We're boarding up. We'll do our thing here. Did we abandon the 321 XLR? Cam, good to see you. Yes, we had an abandonment today. Scroll the stream back to the end of the countdown if you want to see the whole lowdown. Primary window heats can come on now. Also, there's a master lighting level knob on the overhead. You can't edit that. Ah, okay. So that master lighting won't work. Good deal. Again, Kuro 787. I know y'all wanted to see this airplane from the very beginning. That's why we're streaming it too. It's like that was. I said we would fly the 7.8. We would split up our long haul from New Zealand over there. And what other opportunity are we going to fly a 7.8 into Sydney? Probably not for a long time. Now, Qantas operates the 900, if I'm not mistaken. So we could have went with the 1,000. I almost did. But then y'all said the 8 was better. So either way, it would have been inaccurate. Semi-inaccurate. So we're going with the Dash 8. It's a great plane for a free plane. So my biggest gripes, and they're really, I could get away with a light systems modeling right now because I know the PMDG 777 is coming. When that thing breaks, we're all going to be tinkering with our airplanes and crews. We're going to have the best long hauler in the sim available with the PMDG 777. So I'm fine just waiting for that as far as systems on Kuro. What bothers me about this 787 is the flight model for takeoff and landing and taxi. Those three things are pretty rubbish, to channel my inner Speedbird. And I know they can be fixed because even in the working title, the work that working title has done on the 747-8, I personally think the 748 taxis, takeoffs, and lands much more believable than, say, the 787 does. That's just, but I could be, I mean, who knows? I could be totally off base if I've never flown a 7.8, but I just feel like it doesn't have the right, I don't know. It's that very basic flight model feeling where you're not flying, oh, you're flying all of a sudden. Or you're flying, and all of a sudden, oh, you're not flying, you're on the ground. And then the rudder control is very jittery on the ground. Lauren says default is better than Kuro. Wow, Lauren's got an axe to grind with the 7.8 today. Lauren's got an axe to grind with the 7.8. Micah, it's okay, man. Don't sweat it, man. I appreciate your help. We're just doing this one for fun. We're not going to be in the 7.8 here for quite some time until these airplanes receive some significant work. But what I should do is I should update the stream title because I know people are going to get very upset with me. Oh, hold on. I got to hit I'm doing my flight instructor refresher at the same time as the stream here, so don't mind me. Let me go here. And I'm also trying to swap 2 trips out for next month. What was I going to do? Oh, yeah. I got to edit the stream title because everyone's going to be upset. Just kidding. I just flew the 32NX sound update last night, and it's nice. What are your thoughts on it? Cards and games. The fly-by-wire A321X, it has a phenomenal sound pack. Absolutely phenomenal.
Cruise traffic, Qantas 1240 up on reserve. 5, signal 3 for departure. Queensland.
Alright. There we go. So that should
And Queensland traffic,
update.
after departing traffic, Clipper 705 backtracking runway 23 traffic line.
Alright. 98 likes, that is pretty weak. Smash down that like button if you like the 787. Let me see how many of y'all actually like this airplane. Is this a democracy or a dictatorship? Dictatorship with a sprinkle of democracy. It's a dictatorship with a sprinkle of democracy. Oh, look at that. That Qantas getting it right there. 7878, that's cursed. Speaking of an accident, anyone see the UAL go nuts on a parking lot? JP, yes, I did. I think that was pretty hilarious. I mean, he had terrible form, though. Terrible form with the axe. But, man, just pretty wild. Pretty wild. It's interesting, though. I initially, so leaving the employee center of DFW Airport, you have to go through the gate where it has that swinging arm. And I always said that in my last flight, retirement flight, I was just going to plow through that with my truck. I wasn't going to stop because you don't have to do anything. You just roll up and then it opens and then it closes. It's completely stupid. Like it creates a traffic jam exiting the airport for employees. It does nothing. So I always was saying, hey, my last flight, I'm just going to go full speed. I'm going to ram that thing, just go right through. But obviously I never did. Now, I think this gentleman had a similar situation, although he brought an axe with him and went to town. But hey, everyone's got a breaking point. Let's be real. Everyone's got a breaking point.
Passengers bus is coming.
Kuro, in comparison to the headwind, Bone King, ask me that after the stream. I will say this though, what I really like about the 787 is the 78 cockpit. You know, it's not like we're flying a 737 cockpit on a 787 airplane. That's my biggest issue. I should say issue, but that's kind of my biggest drawback from the Headwind 330 right now, because I did enjoy that stream we did. I really enjoyed flying that 330, but the cockpit, as of right now, it's just a 320 cockpit, which is not correct. So once they get a new cockpit update for that Headwind, I think I'm going to have a lot of enjoyment with it. But right now, it's just, that's kind of my biggest setback with that airplane. It's like, man, I know the exterior looks cool and it's got different performance and stuff, but I have a hard time pretending I'm in a 330 when I'm staring at an A320 cockpit in front of me, you know? I'll be following along in the 330 to New Sky. Aviate, that's awesome. More the merrier. I like to see all these kangaroos. I think Qantas, I mean, they dropped the ball on their call sign. It should have been like kangaroo or Roo 350. Like, they should have a different call. Like, it should be Roo, like for kangaroo. What do the local Aussies call kangaroos? Roos? One of my best friends, he's an Aussie. I should text him. One of my best friends from Australia. I told him so if you ever want to speak with an Aussie accent or say a phrase, if you say the words rise, R-I-S-E, up, and then lights, like regular lights, if you say it all together, it sounds like you're saying razor blades with a heavy Australian accent. So you say, rise up lights. Just do it to yourself right now while you're watching the stream. Your significant others will be like, what did you just say? Rise up lights. Automatically get a 100% accurate Australian accent. Unfortunately, Qantas seems to have dropped the ball completely as of late. I've been hearing some issues. I've been hearing some murmurs out of Qantas and a lot of dramas over there in Aussie land. Thought we were flying the Airbus to Aviator. It's been a change of plans. We're going to be in it all next week. Don't worry. For those that want to see Tolis, the Tolis will arrive in full force coming up next week. Maybe even tomorrow. We'll see. No, Scotty 2, it's not. It's different. 330 is a wide body, and 320 is a narrow body. So everything is different in a wide body. You could say the same for the 7576, which I always thought this was kind of interesting. Same type rating, but one's a narrow body, one's a wide body. Systems are very similar, but all right, 193. You're taking 193 packs. We're about ready to go. Qantas pilots are awesome. Yes, I've been speaking with Nobi from Cat 3 Design, the gentleman who makes the tillers, lives in Australia. Any tips for better flare? Because I overflare and the plane goes back up. Practice, practice, practice.
Yeah, don't stall, Clipper, don't stall.
Boarding completed. Clipper stalling.
No, we just need to escape the terrain.
Oh wow, we got some weather moving in. All right, let's run through some checklists. So passenger signs are on. Let's go ahead and get our window heat. That's coming on. Those are all on. I don't need to do those. That's on. All right, we'll get the beacon on. Everything else looks good there. Anti-ice, we'll keep those off. Overhead panel swoop seems pretty good. I think I can dim this overhead dome light now. Let's go ahead and dome that down a little bit. There we go. And let's prepare for pushback and departure and do some other things here.
This parking is too small for your aircraft.
All right, so passenger signs are on. MCP V2 heading track altitude, that's all set. Takeoff speeds V1, VR, V2, that's all set. CDU pre-flight completed, it is. Trim, it doesn't tell me what trim. 4.5 units, actually it does. 4.5, 4.5, that's pretty nose low.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for
Is that even in the green? Barely. All right, 4.5 set. Taxi takeoff briefing. We're in a back taxi, runway 5. It's going to be hard to taxi on and make the 180. We'll probably drag a tire in the dirt. It is what it is. Beacon is on. Normal. Before taxi. We'll get that after. So, do you think we could make a 180 on the runway? I don't think we can.
Bypass pin inserted.
I don't think we can make a 180 on the runway out here. Now, this is going to be interesting. We got a 747 next to us. This is going to be a very interesting pushback. Wow, I love 10 for 10 on the beacon light simulation, though. That's exactly how these 7.8 beacons look. Super bright, obnoxious, but that's exactly what it looks like. That's really nicely done. Man, that looks sick. Look at that. Doesn't that look awesome? V2 is not 250 knots. It's not. They consider themselves Aussies, not Aussies. That's how you pronounce Aussies. Aussies, Aussies. Aussies? Aussies. I always say Aussies. Qantas 330, where the ELAC's at. Yep, Jeremy, I do. I watched the green dot on that, too, where he had the interview. Mickey G, welcome, man. Welcome. All right, let's try to go nose right, tail left. We'll see what happens.
No terrain right there.
All right, let's go ahead and bring up our cams. Look at this. Brakes released, clear to push.
All engines clear. Start at will.
All right, we'll start after pushback because I have no idea what's going to go. So V2, we're supposed to put V2 in the MCP at 144. That just seems so 1940. Put V2 up here, huh?
Traffic 124.9. I guess behind 787.
Now I wonder, what I wish we had is I wish we had a takeoff perf, because I wonder if we could take off from that intersection. Think we could do an intersection takeoff? Look at the, see, this is a big drawback. I don't know if this is Kuro, but the wing textures are so bad. But the real 7.8 is a very clean looking wing. Like, it's super clean. But this looks a little much clean. That's one thing that I noticed too when I flew on one. Chicago DFW, I was sitting over the wing and I was really disappointed. V2 plus 10, maybe, I don't know. It's like VY and G. I always put V2. Yeah, I'm gonna put V2 plus 10. Let's go 154. Because straight V2 in the window, it seems a little odd. Scotty 2, yeah, the democracy, whatevs. As someone said in the Discord, it's not coming to City, and Microsoft would have been right. I agree. That was part of it too. It's like I wanted, we gotta fly into Sydney, right? We are on the Australia-New Zealand tour. So let's tour ourselves with wonderful cinematics.
Cockpit to ground.
Brakes are set.
Good engines start. You can disconnect.
All right. Now, how does one start engines? Do I literally just turn the master switch on? I think I do. I probably should have looked into that. Do I literally just turn the engine start switch on? Do I just flip them? No. I'm gonna need an answer in chat. Do I literally just turn it on? Crank them both at the same time?
Unlocking you.
Well, I've seen SOP where they just do one at a time. Both at the same time, both engines start, then the fuel cutoffs immediately to on. Both engines starts to start. Where the start engine starts? Oh, right here. Ah. Okay, we'll do the same. Switches to start, switches to run, then start on the overhead.
Clear. Right is clear.
All right, we'll crank both at the same time. So, start, start. And then both masters down here? No need to wait for N2 for the fuel cutoffs? That just seems wrong.
Clear to start engine.
5005 on the no triage departure, crossing over the aero.
All right.
At about 5,000.
Bryce. Bryce, we're going to be in it all next week. That's kind of why. I wanted to enjoy the scenery into Sydney today. Hell, you can't do that in the Neo. I've tried. Allegedly, maybe, one time a long time ago. Who are you, the FAA? Recirc fan needs to be an auto. They're both running. APU off. I'll go get my packs on. APU cooldown, doors auto, parking brake, seatbelts on. Let's roll this down on range a little bit. Oh, it just takes a minute. Ah, that's pretty cool. Okay. Okay. We're doing a flap 15. So I think I have to go to 10. That's what I'm going to go 10 on there. No flap sounds. That's pretty lame.
Face down traffic, Indonesia 44 heading, pushing back, stand Romeo 1, will follow the 174.
Oh wow, that's 4 stare down. All right, flaps 15. Why is wing anti-ice off? Does that need to be auto? Oh, I guess everything goes to auto. That's right, it's an automatic airplane. Everything to auto. So anti-ice is auto, recall was checked, auto brakes, RTO, flight controls. Let's actually do. Let's. I'm gonna tell you what. Let's do an actual flight control check here because. Engine? No, I want that there. System. CDU, info, checklist, com, ND. I want system page. There we go. Flight controls. Let's do a proper flight control check. Alright, flight controls are checked. That looks good. Alright. Let's put you back to, I don't even know what you, info page. Oh no. I'll tell you what, let's put you on the checklist. Gosh, there's so many options. Let's put you on the checklist page. There we go. Alright, there we go. Flight controls are checked. Ground equipment roof APU is off. Before departure, flaps 15. Complete. After takeoff, that's where we're left with. So we'll turn that off. We'll bring you up to full screen. Queenstown traffic at Qantas Flight 357. I'm going to taxi runway 5 with a back taxi. Queenstown traffic. All right. We figured it out. Taxi light on. Let's go.
Queenstown traffic, 409, we'll be holding it out for back.
Oh, you know what else I forgot? We're going to go flight directors, auto throttle arm. There we go. And we can be, we're LNAV, VNAV off the ground. There we go. Never thought I'd see V1 blown away by automation and technology of a Boeing. Yeah, that's a very fair statement. Thanks, Tom. Welcome on board, man. Now get rid of all the engine gauges. You don't like those? All right, I was trying to be hardcore. Now, I don't think we since we already pushed back in the dirt, we're going to just roll with it. But I don't think we'll be able to do a successful 180 on the runway here on a back taxi. How do you get such good sounds in your sim? Sound car, amplifier? Christoph, so this is a sound pack, actually. This is a FT Sim sound pack. Let's go ahead and turn all our lights on because we're going onto the runway for a back taxi. We'll light them all up. Queenstown traffic, Qantas Flight 357, entering active runway 05, back taxi, Queenstown. Oh, wow. Look at that, though, with the orange sky in the background. You thinking of switching to Boeing soon? No. Ooh. All right, I got to see what kind of turn radius I have with this. We should be able to. I think we should be able to do a 180 turn on the runway.
Queenstown traffic, velocity 714, pushing back.
Wow, look at the sun over the mountains there. Managed to turn that clipper, so it should be fine. Yeah, but I think he went the other direction. The other runway has a little turnaround spot thing. How do I turn you on? Oh no! I gotta figure that out here. We'll figure that out when we turn around. Easily do the 180. You got this. All right, we'll do it. I just don't know where my wheels are. I'll try to use this A pillar here for reference. Okay, I gotta slow down. I gotta slow down. In X-Plane, it was turnaround differential thrust for the win. We got a little differential thrust here too. Oh, I see what I could have done. I'm going to use this thing. I'd like to go the other direction, but I didn't see this part here. Those red lights threw me off. Let's turn it around here. This little doohickey here on the pavement. Nothing to see here, nothing to see here.
Just a little dirt on that.
Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. I had that left brake locked down. I just couldn't get the nose wheel to come any further left. I kind of botched that too because I didn't see that little turnaround. I should have just stayed where I was. God made dirt, and dirt don't hurt. Now I'm just using up runway that should be... Well, we've had a few really good lineups. This is not one of them. That's not one of them. I've had better. All right, how do I get this TCAS? Oh, right there. Yeah, that's right. Thank you. XPDR TARA. Here we go. All right. Let's smash down that like button, chat. 787 Kuro takeoff here. Toga takeoff. Here we go. Queenstown traffic. Qantas Flight 357 departing runway 05, Queenstown. Oh, I kind of want to hear these puppies. Let's spool them up 50. All right, thrust ref Toga Toga. Here we go. Hopefully we have enough room.
Behind the couple 70.
Thrust set. 100 knots, check. V1. Rotate. Oh boy, nice and easy. Don't hit the tail. Positive rate. Gear up. I'm glad we took off some of that fuel. I'm glad we took off some of that fuel. Over the nose a little bit here. Australia, here we go. You think these are default sounds? I thought those are 100% default? Oh, I thought I did it right. I selected it from the installer and everything. Oh wow, look at the sun peeking up. All right, there's stress reduction. Are you serious right now? Are you serious right now? This is why we are in Microsoft. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, we gotta retract that flaps. Oh, for flaps 5. It is FT Sim. That's what this is the GE FT Sim. This is GE FT Sim. I want to hand fly, but I also want to look out the window. This is ridiculous. We're going to be all over the departure. Who cares? Okay, that's a screenshot. Good night. That's awesome. So 160 speed limit here. At or above 6. We're already above it. I need to scroll down my PFD's range. Wow. We have a 160 speed limit though for this departure. So hand flying is not terrible. It's the rotation and landing and taxiing that I have issues with.
You can go ahead for 7%.
Oh yeah, I forgot all about the HUD. Yeah, but we're looking for views here. Let's go ahead and just go speed it up 250.
Traffic on a 24-9 airborne passenger.
I just want to look outside the window, man. This is stupid. This is like, who cares about the departure? Unreal. Unreal. Now we're going to make a right turn out. We're 250. And actually, if we come down here, let's go to the VNAV page. We should be... Let's go back to VNAV. There we go. Now it's going to go up to VNAV. We're at a 10. Let's go ahead and get our lights off here. Yep, flaps are up. That was an absolute stunner of a departure. Absolute stunner of a departure. Alright, let's continue to monitor here with thrust ref, LNAV, VNAV speed, making a right turn out. Where is my... this controller here? Plan view, map mode, plan view, no, map view, menu. I want to zoom this in down here. Kind of frustrating. Oh well. Douglas Phillips dropping a $50 super chat. Douglas Phillips. That is absolutely very, very generous. And thank you, sir, for that massive $50 super chat. Says, I love the content, V1 blue side up. Douglas, appreciate you, man. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. Thank you for the support. Blue side up indeed, or I guess it'd be white side up on this one here. We'll make sure we keep the white side up. But thank you. Oh, I guess you're looking at the attitude indicator. Yeah, blue side up for sure. Blue side up on the attitude indicator. Thank you, Douglas Phillips. Very, very kind of you. Thank you for the support. Glad you're enjoying the content. Got those V1 status bars. You should be getting wings pretty soon, I think, Douglas. I think you're gonna get some wings here pretty soon. Jeremy says, I know they're not, but the engines sound like they're out. Yeah, the sounds are still mad. And I'm pretty positive this is FTSim because I don't know. Maybe they're not, but I think it's FTSim. Too bad V1 only gets $35. That $50, you take 30% of everything. Yeah, YouTube does put a hammer down. You have to have the FTCM panel installed in the community. I do, Scott. I have it installed in the community folder alongside the Kuro, and then when I ran the installer, I selected FTSim, I selected the GENX sound pack, and I installed it. But, I mean, absolute stunning departure. In your regional days, do you prefer landing at non-towered airports, or mostly prefer towered airport in the workflow? Cody, it really didn't matter, honestly. The only, when you go into a non-towered airport, you have the increased threat of someone not talking on the radio to you. So you gotta be extra vigilant with your visual scan. But, I mean, really, there's no difference, honestly. Just extra threats. But you got plenty of threats when you have ATC controlled tower too, so no difference. I think now I prefer going in uncontrolled because you get to do a little bit more free. Say goodbye to Queenstown. There she is down there. I'm a little bit sad only 200 plus got to see that. That was probably one of the most stunning departures of the tour yet. That was phenomenal. That was really, really nice. Increased threat from GA pilots like you. Yeah, Micah, indeed. Just like VATSIM uncontrolled. Yep, pretty much. How much is the FT sound pack? Mick, it's like a couple bucks on Patreon. You got a monthly subscribe. But then you can just, you can subscribe for a month, download what you want, and then unsubscribe if you don't want to keep doing it. But yeah, I think it's like $5 a month or something like that. But he's got a ton of stuff. They're okay. FD-Sim is better than default, but it's not anything like payware quality. May have forgotten to config flaps before takeoff. Uh-oh, water. Douglas says I was born with wings. Hell yeah, man. Look at these wings. I just, that view. We actually have weather today, too, which is cool. We haven't had any weather in this sim. We actually have weather. Are we leveling off? What's happening? Oh, there's an altitude restriction. 250. All right. I don't think that's actual weather. Or it might be. Oh my gosh, look at this. Since it's 7.8 at fly-by-wire, I wonder if we have protections. I think you do, actually. I think you do. Not quite like the Airbus, but it won't let you stall it really necessarily. Well, I shouldn't say that. I don't know. But I think there are. I remember seeing something about that. All right, we'll go ahead and set standards. STDs for 1, 2, and 3 are all set. Everything is looking good here. Do a little fuel monitor. 52,000 total fuel on board. That looks good. Engines are good. Everything else is good. Select MFD.
Queenstown traffic, velocity 714 is taking off runway 23 to the west.
We'll just leave it on the status page for now. Where's that restriction? It's NRAT. At or below 250, so we're kind of stuck here on this restriction. Golly, is this what New Zealand is supposed to look like with the clouds? That is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. There are a few protections, not Airbus protections, but you have basic pitch and roll protections. All right. I do think the Dash 8 version of the 787-800, I think it looks the most proportionate. The 1000 looks cool, but this one looks a little bit more like I don't know, big 737, really what it is. Flight level 250, standard oceanic transition. They'd clear you past it already. Good deal. Good to know. So let's go in here and let's just go. How do I clear it? Can I just mash that down? Yep. I can hear it spooling up. The sun reflection off the clouds is spectacular, Jeremy, for sure. 319 is the 788. Yeah, Steven. Cancel stream, get the King Air back to Mount Cook ASAP. Wow. Imagine if we had this kind of weather for some of those streams. That would have been even better. Cancel stream, get the airplane back get the King Air back to Mount Cook. Man, I almost want to do that again. That was awesome. Cap Devily Gamer, welcome.
Thanks for the NZ streams and entertainment.
Scotty too, thank you for the $15 bank angle check. Appreciate you. Thanks for the New Zealand streams and entertainment. Hey, Scotty too, that's very kind of you. Thank you for that $15 bank angle check. I had a great time here in New Zealand. New Zealand might just be one of the most scenic places we've ever flown to in the sim. That was a phenomenal setup there. When will you be heading to my neck of the woods, Zippy's Apple? Where are you located? Adobo fixed the weather just for us to leave. I guess so. I guess so. I mean, look at, oh my gosh, look at the reflection off this. Like, you'd be like, hey, can you pull your window shade down for me, please? Oh my goodness. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Sydney's closed, back to New Zealand. All right, well, when we get up to cruise, we've got a lot of questions to start studying for. I also would like to eat my lunch. Hold on, give me 1 second. All right, so when we get to our cruise altitude, where's my iPad? I got my iPad over here. All right, back to studying from S3. Oh, thank you, Micah, for reminding me. I need to change the page on my current flight instructor as well. What I should do is I should do the flight instructor exam. I should do the exam on stream. I'm sure I might get a smackdown for that. Alright, so I will take that later, but that is good to go. Alright. Let me check my schedule request that I put in. Still processing. That's good there.
Clouds are almost too good in the sim. I looked out the window in a real airplane at real clouds the other day and thought those clouds could use some work. Thanks, V1. Positive rates.
Positive rates, Crazy Flyer. Thank you so much for that $3 bank angle check. I agree with you. Sometimes I look outside too and I see the clouds and I'm like, those are pretty lame. They could do some, they need a little bit more shading or a little bit more texturing. You got to go to flight schools to get your license anyways? Yes, you do. A good El Paso just released for Microsoft. It did? Ooh, El Paso. I got food poisoning in El Paso one time. Waiting for Hillary to show up. Gonna fly SoCal for this show. Nice. If you go to page 2, the VNAV shows you your rec and max. Thank you, Kyle. We'll look at that here in a second. I was just vibing on this sunrise. All right, 31 climbing out. Let's go to the VNAV page next. Optimum max. We're plenty light, so we're looking good. We are looking good. Wow, I don't know where to put it. I think that's the view right there. That's got to be the view. Chris Stuper, welcome to the stream, man. All right, so here's the plan. We're going to get to cruise. I will take a 7-minute lunch break. Nah, maybe 10 minutes. Take a 10-minute lunch break because I'm starving. And then we'll get to study and we'll jump right into it. So while we wait, let me get the tunes ready. Let me pull up here. As we have, what is our, if I go to our Prague page, we're looking at Sydney at 2216Z with an estimated fuel of 26.9. What did I say? 2216. Time now is 20Z, so 2 hours and 16 minutes. 2 hours and 16 minutes flight time from right now. Perfect. That's going to work out very nice. Topping this weather too. I mean, we're at light. We are just a beast out of here. What's our climb rate? I think it would actually be doing more in real life. 1,400 feet a minute. I'm actually surprised it's not doing about 2,500 feet a minute right now. At this weight. Do the electronic window shades work? No, I don't believe they do. SoCal's a mess today. Brother's flight from Palm Springs is canceled. Has to wait till Monday. Really? That's unfortunate. Sudden reflection is straight juice. Mickey G, I couldn't agree more, man. Yeah. Couldn't agree more. Especially off the wing right there. Oh, we're in a turn. Oh no, go back outside. Oh my gosh. This is worth it. I think this was worth the trolling of the beginning of the stream. This had to be worth it. Look at this. You wouldn't get this in X-Plane 12. I'm sorry, you just wouldn't. That is phenomenal. Yeah, in real life, LA is looking like a VAT sim. Wait, so what's going on? Why is it so crazy down there right now? gosh, that was just an absolute stunning departure. I'm starting to like this airplane, unfortunately.
This
Oh,
is
no.
the Australian chatbot lady speaking. Finally, I am flying back to my motherland. Yay.
Jeff L, for sure, that is funny. You're right. The chatbot is Australian. Jeff L, appreciate the $5 bank angle check, man. That's good. That's good, man. Very kind of you. Thank you for the $5 bank angles. And we will be in the motherland soon enough. I've never flown to Australia in the sim either. Oh yeah, that hurricane. Jay, you'd love a 3-hour flight. You have a 6-hour Boston to San Fran. Ouch. There was a Delta flight waiting for just over an hour? They had most of the departures heading south very few too far. Really? Oh, that's right. Well, that storm's supposed to bring a lot of rain. Well, guess what?
They increased the range in economic. We're like 100 miles away from Queen Center.
I am not flying to SoCal. Don't have to. Oh, yeah, look at the live radar. I was pulling up the live radar. Yep, well, someone else's problem now, not mine. I'm sure if I wasn't on dequal this month, there would have been so much extra flying. I'm sure it's just going to be mayhem on everybody's operations, because that's just that is going to be interesting. I've flown in the sim from Melbourne to Sydney, and the harbor opera house looked good. All right. Do you have, Jonathan, did you have the, I believe it's off the Orbix Control Central or whatever, Orbix Central, where you can download the additional Sydney scenery? Or do you have just the default? So I have Fly Tampa Sydney, but I saw that there was a cityscape on Orbix 2, and I purchased it, but for some reason it wouldn't download very fast, and then when it did, it was throwing an error. So do you have an unverified file? Couldn't verify it. I tried loading into the sim, and it would just crash CTD as soon as I clicked on Sydney or anywhere around Sydney. So I uninstalled it, and it works fine, hopefully, fingers crossed, but I'd like to see if I can get that Skyline thing installed too. Just the world updates. I wonder, so you got me thinking, Jonathan, I wonder now if maybe that add-on scenery is conflicting with the world updates. Steven. Man, V1 is concerned for his fellow aviators. Not my problem. Hey. Well, I've dealt with my fair share of problems, my friend. Guess what? They're all saying the same thing. Everyone who's not flying right now is like, oh, someone else's problem now. It's pronounced Straya or Australia. You're a bit more posh. Australia. Australia, mate. Australia. I think. Well, are these? Did you guys decide? Are we still on? Did we confirm these are default sounds? Because sometimes I get that weird like knocking sound, and that is very default. Australia, mate. I enjoy adverse weather unless waiting to go home. Then not so much. Yeah, true. And when you do mostly turns, like I like to just try to fly turns. Although I got jacked on next month, man. Everyone like picked up all the turns. I couldn't do it fast enough, so I only have a few. But yeah, when you're doing turn flying, when the weather hits, it just sucks because sometimes you will just be dispatched to a destination where you know your return flight's already canceled and there's no way of coming home. That is unfortunate. They've got to be default. Man, but I installed it. I could have sworn I did it properly. I even selected it from the folder. It even said, do you want the GE or the others? I said I want a GE. I don't use a sound pack and they sound the same as yours. Might have to look into it again. Are there any other inter-island, I say inter-island, inter-country, inter-continent routes that Qantas uses the 787 for in Australia? Or is there 787 stuff just going over the water? I'd be curious because maybe we could revisit a 787. Said once before, but was really surprised to see Japan Airlines 788 in San Diego. Seemed to be too big. Power to weight ratio, I guess. Oh, for sure, Delta Tango. You can get, man. Fenix will bring MD-11s in there. Like you can get some big airplanes in there. All right, we're leveling at 400. We're going to change our VNAV. I would like to change our speed to .85. Execute. Actually, let's bump it up. Can we go faster than that? Can we do .87? We've got the fuel. Let's do .87 Mach 400. We've leveled off. I'm going to give you guys this cruise view here for a minute. Not 100% sure, but I think they're only for international. Dang it. They do use a 7.8 between Sydney and Perth. Ooh. Sydney to Perth. All right. We might have to revisit the 7.8 because I get sucked into these things, man. Maybe on landing, though, I'll change my mind. What's for lunch? 200. Your 200 FOs can't have the same, so you need to check. I've got a poke bowl. Poke bowl for lunch. We're 400. Let's get the tunes on. I'm going to scarf down this lunch, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to crack the books as we start prepping for our sim prep streams. Do you guys want the inside or outside? How about outside? Oh, yeah, right there. All right, that's up. And I'm going to put up my be right back screen. I'm not going to set up the timer because it's not going to be that long. Just give me enough time to eat. We'll be good to go. Did they use a 7.8 for Hawaii? Ooh, you know, we could break it up. Instead of doing a 15-hour long haul, we could go 7.8 to Hawaii and then like Hawaii to LA instead of 15-hour long haul on a 7.4. Don't mute your mic so we can hear your nom-noms. No, we're not doing any ASMR. Mike is going to be going muted. I'm going to be right back. Be right back is up. Enjoy the sunrise as we... Is this cross the ditch? I guess, is this technically cross the ditch? Damn, this is a good flight. I like this flight, man. It's beautiful sunrise, Queenstown. All right, I'll see y'all in a bit.
Local traffic Qantas 2219 is back on the flight deck. Welcome back. Yeah, I saw that. There's quite a few of them.
All right. We're back. Goes up. I just whiffed that down. This song's a vibe, though. You guys like this song? All right, let me get my questionnaire out. We got 78 pages. I don't think we're going to hit all 78 pages, but oh man, that song ended? What was it? I didn't even get to hear it. Was it this one? Oh yeah, this is the one. I'm putting this on my saved playlist. Did you guys? This song was. It's called La La by Hey Sun. I know y'all just listened to it, but I didn't listen to it. I only listened to the last like 30 seconds. I'm gonna actually download this. I could use this for a video. All right, let me check my requests for my schedule for next month. They're still processing. All right, because I don't want to miss that opportunity. Yeah. All right, that's still good. Everything looks still good right there. Let me go back here. Let me make sure the grid is still green so I don't get hosed. Still looking good. All right. Okay. I'm going to play this song on my next break when I go get a cookie because I'm left a little bit unsatisfied. Like, it was a good, healthy lunch, but I need more. I need like a cookie or something just absolutely delicious. Now, another thing that I'll say is when I was getting ready to do the stream too, I thought, man, it would be nice to be in an Airbus because for the questionnaire, we could go over each, cockpit button as we're looking at it here, but it is what it is. So let's go ahead and settle ourselves in here to our window. Man, it does look like that window shade works, doesn't it? That's crazy. We'll settle in here. I don't know, where do you want to sit? I guess we'll stay in the cockpit view because probably should monitor what's happening. The first song was like Ivre de Trois. Was it? All right. Song ended and Lav noises started. It was, what was it called? I forget. Let me look again now. Aviator Nick. It was La La by Hey Sun. Literally called Law. That song. Yep. Hey, it's been quite some time. Isa, welcome back to have you on board. Glad to have you on board. Welcome back to the stream. Now time to make it unhealthy with some cookies. That's right, Bosco. I know, it's a healthy lunch and all that. Anyway, what I was saying is it was much more comfortable when I had my desk set up with the Airbus. So now I gotta like completely move my seat back because I didn't have the yoke. When I took the yoke off the desk, I got rid of the Bravo throttle quadrant that I had sitting up there. I was like, man, I have so much space, so much room for activities. And then I realized that, well, I don't think we can do a long haul on an X-Plane 12. And man, that was quite the departure. I'm going to have to find an excuse to do this flight again somehow. Maybe is there a cross the ditch event or something happening? Maybe we can just do another one of those events because that departure at sunrise was 10-4-10. All right. So for unfamiliar, what we're going to be going over here is the master question file. So I have my recurrent training coming up, and I also need to start studying my limitations. I haven't even started brushing up on those. Hopefully I have them all memorized still. But what's going to happen is when I go in for my oral exam, because I do have to have an oral exam, that'll be done on the first day, they're going to ask me a set of questions from this question file. And they'll bounce them off, one question to me, one question to the first officer, one to me, one to the first officer. So what we're going to do is, since we all have access to the training document, we're going to read through every single question. I'm not going to skip one. I'm not going to ask every single one to you in chat as well. I'll just read the answer. We can maybe, if you have a question, we can have a discussion about it. But we're going to start from page number 1. Well, it's actually page number 6, and we're going to work our way through. So the first systems review is from the calls panel. That's the calls. That's where the basically your mechanic push button, your flight attendant panel, or flight attendant push button, all that stuff. That's the calls panel. So what happens? The first question is what happens when a pilot presses and holds the mechanic push button on the calls panel. So this is one that I don't think I've ever even attempted to test in the sim. I know Tolis does a good job of allowing you to load stuff from the calls panel, which is pretty cool. I like how they added that feature. I think that was really good. But what happens is it'll illuminate a blue light on the external power panel, and it would sound a horn. So basically, when I press and hold the, and actually I shouldn't say Tolis. Tolis does it from the RMP, but that calls panel on the overhead, when you press and hold it, it will illuminate a blue light and sounds an external horn for ground crew. So let them know you need something. Maybe the GPU dropped out or you lost power, etc. All right, how should a pilot call the forward flight attendant? And some of these you're going to find, wow, these are very basic answers, very basic questions. And yes, there are some very basic questions. Some of these questions are actually, this question bank is the same that you would use for a typewriter as well. So a lot of the basic stuff is in here as well. And those are what we call softball questions, and those are the ones you hope to get when you go in for your recurrent. But how would a pilot call the forward flight attendant? Press the forward button on the calls panel. We always use the forward button because that's for bringing the flight attendant A or the lead flight attendant, lead purser. If you press the aft one, you're going to be ringing in the back. Now, in the 321, sometimes we do use that, but 320, 319, we typically always just use the forward calls. Answer all push buttons. Yeah. When would a pilot push the emergency push button on the calls panel? That's a good one. When there's an emergency and the pilot would like to speak with flight attendant A. So the EMER push button on the overhead automatically will call the A, and it'll light up red and everything in the cabin, so they know it's an emergency. All right, continuing on. So that was it. Indicating recording systems now. Why is the ground control push and selected on during pre-flight? We do this all the time on every single stream. Why do we do it? It's to record pre-flight activities in the cockpit prior to first engine start. So we kind of even hit on this on the other stream. Basically, the CVR won't start recording until first engine is started, and then it shuts down, I believe, 15 minutes, or 10 minutes, 15 minutes after a shutdown. So when the wrong food was served, V2 plus 10, I saw that. Nice. Yeah, I did have the fish, too, so it'll be interesting. But yeah, record pre-flight activities. Make sure you're doing your checklist. Make sure everything is done properly. If you look at was it Air Florida, the anti-ice, that whole thing, recorded on the CVR, so good thing we had it on there. Real quick, what am I looking at over here on my screen? Oh, I was so comfortable. Oh yeah, seatbelts. You are now free to move about the cabin. If the push button was not selected on, how would the system work in automatic mode? There we go. This is a good review. That's what I was just talking about. This is that ground control push button on the overhead. On ground, during the first 5 minutes after the electrical network is energized, so when you power up, either connect to GPU or you actually turn the batteries on. On the ground after first engine start. In flight, whether the engine is running or not. On the ground, it is stopped automatically. I was way off. 5 minutes after the last engine shut down, provided the CVR jack is not used. So after shutdown, 5 minutes, CVR shuts off. That's why we turn that to ground control push button on record. Thrust sent, good to see you, man. Where's the secret bourbon call button? That one is, yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. You have to ask Denzel. What allows the cabin PAs to be recorded? This is a good question for you in the chat. So, how, because I know we go over this on stream, or we have multiple times. What allows the cabin passenger announcements to be recorded on the CVR? There's something we do in flight or in the cockpit on our cockpit preparation. We do something to make sure all PAs are recorded on the CVR. What do we do? See if anybody gets that one here. I'm going to skip forward to, not skip forward, but to the next page. So basically how this question bank works too is there's even years and odd years. We're in an odd year. We're in 2023, so I'm only going off the odd questions. If you were on a type ride, you'd have odd and evens. Ground control? Nope, it's not the ground control push button. Ah, just scream. Justin's got it right, yes. Chaos, what's up, man? Something with the overhead RMP? Yep, on the panel, on the third radial panel, pull the knob. Yep, RMP 3, the PA button needs to be out and at the 12 o'clock position, giving it about half or 50% volume at minimum. So that's what allows the PAs to be recorded, and that's why we include that in our pre-flight flow, so that all their announcements, brace, if there's an emergency or whatever it may be, that is all recorded on the CVR. Now, you may get some bleed through the cockpit microphone. The cockpit mics are extremely sensitive. They can pick up circuit breakers tripping all over the cockpit. Even just a single circuit breaker can be picked up by the CVR. So if their flight attendants are loud enough, or if that volume is loud enough, you may get some bleed through. But to have official recording, we got to have that button out and on. All right, the next section is emergency electrical power panel. So this is up if you're in an Airbus right now, and this is kind of why I probably should have done an Airbus on this flight, but man, that departure was worth it. This is the emergency electrical panel that's on the captain's overhead, right about halfway up where you see the rat and the electrical. There's like an electrical, there's the smoke Gen 1 line up there as well. About 50%, or about halfway up the captain's left-hand overhead. What is the significance of the red fault light on the RAT and EMER gen light? And I'm going to read the answer. So when you get a red fault on the RAT and EMER gen, that means AC bus 1 and AC bus 2 are lost, and the emergency generator is not supplying electrical power. This leads into my next question. When would the red fault light on the RAT and EMER gen illuminate normally? So if we know that fault light comes on when AC bus 1 and AC bus 2 are depowered and the RAT is not supplying electrical power, when or where or is that ever a normal condition? Is there ever a normal condition to see a fault light in the emergency power push button on the overhead? I'm asking this one too because I know we went over this on one of our last failures. Airbus on the second leg. Yeah, Mr. Martini. Return leg 321. When you land and the blades aren't turning, nope. Cody, that's a great guess. That is a great guess. And in a sense, Cody, you're actually not wrong, because that would indeed be the case. But that's not what we're going for. But I'm actually, Cody, I like that answer so much. I'm going to bring it up with my check airman if I get asked that question. Be like, well, technically after landing and you set the brakes, you're going to have a fault light up there too. During RAT deployment, yes. During RAT deployment, it takes approximately 8 seconds for the ram air turbine to spool up to speed. Once it spools up to speed, then that fault light should extinguish. Hold on, I asked my wife if she'd bring me some cookies. Let's see what she said. Nope, I will not. Ugh. All right, no cookies for us. Okay, so yeah, the rat spool up 8 seconds. How can the rat be manually deployed? I'll get through the answer. Manually by pushing the man on, or rat man on the hydraulic panel, automatically by the loss of both AC bus 1 and AC bus 2. So the rat can be deployed, I guess technically 3 different ways. Manually on the emergency power, or manually on the hydraulic panel, and then automatically when you lose AC bus 1 and AC bus 2. What is the difference between the automatic rat deployment and the manual rat deployment? By pressing the rat man on the hydraulic panel. This is a good question for you, chat, because I know we went over this not too long ago as well. So, what is the difference between automatic rat deployment, which we just discussed, loss of AC bus 1, AC bus 2, if you were to deploy it manually by the hydraulic panel, something different that happens. I can pop the rat out on the hydraulic panel, and I can have the rat man automatically pop out. Lost one of the color power systems? Nope. I think you were referring to hydraulics, but no, that's not correct. It will not supply electrical power if you use the hydraulic rat button. Flames. Flame, correct. Flame has got the correct answer. So when you deploy the rat manually on the hydraulic panel, it will not supply electrical power. Now, that leads into my next question. If I deployed the rat, say we're having a hydraulic failure, and we deployed the rat, and as instructed by the ECAM, manually for the hydraulics. Rat pops out, spins up to speed, boom, now we've got blue emergency hydraulic pressure. What if we're having a really bad day and now our electrical leaves the chat? So now AC bus 1 and AC bus 2 have left the chat. We've already deployed the rat manually, and we know because of the manual deployment we cannot, or it is not providing electrical emergency power. Is there a way to get the rat to provide electrical power as well as hydraulic power manually? You can just say yes, no, or you can get as creative as you want. It will not, let's see, yeah. Brace for impact. You push the electric. Flame must be type rated on 320. Flame, you're banned. Just kidding. Flame, are you 320 guy? Turn off the gens? Nope. Override? Not really. Electric man on push. Yeah, Captain Meow's got it as well. I know there's a little bit of delay, so even if you just get your answer in, I'll be able to see if you get it right or not. But yeah, electric man on. So if I manually deployed it for hydraulics and then the electrics goes out, then yes, we can manually activate the electrical generation as well by selecting the manual rat on from the electrical panel, which we talked about originally, where you get that fault light and it spins up at 8 seconds, etc. So good, very good. What does the rat supply? We already talked about a blue hydraulic system pressure and the emergency electrical generator. What would cause Gen 1 light smoke to illuminate? This is we'll just get the answer, smoke detectors, particle detectors in the avionics ventilation ducting. So we kind of touched on that Fenix stream where we set up for an avionics smoke. That would cause the Gen 1 line smoke to illuminate. Aside from the Gen 1 line smoke light, what would be other indications of avionics smoke? You get an ECAM warning and amber fault lights in the extract and blower push buttons on the ventilation panel as well. So you can get those, what we call the fart configuration, when you have to clear the cockpit out of any flatulence. So you get a fault lights up there. That would also be an indication of avionics smoke. If the ECAM directs a pilot to select the Gen 1 line push button switch to off, what will be accomplished? So I'm just kind of reading, because Gen 1 line is a we would have to talk for an hour about this, so I'll just read the answers. But when you press the Gen 1 line push button switch to off, Gen 1 line contactor opens. The white off light illuminates, so that becomes a normal condition. AC bus 1 powered by Gen 2 through the bus tie contactors. And then here's kind of the critical one, not critical, but this is one what all the examiners like to look for. Gen 1 powers one fuel pump directly in each wing tank. Captain Meow, and I saw you get that there too. So yeah, the Gen 1 will power one fuel pump directly in each wing tank. And as a matter of fact, if I was on the Fenix or something, I could see if it's modeled. But if you look under the wing side, under the side of the wing, you'll see these strips that are outside of the wing, and those are actually your Gen 1 electrical lines. Okay, continuing on. Next panel that we're talking about is the evac panel. There's only 2 questions. We'll just breeze right through this. Why do we select the captain position during the cockpit pre-flight check using the captain and captain pers switch or captain purser switch? By doing this, the alert may only be activated from the cockpit. If one of the cabin command push buttons is pressed, only the cockpit horn sounds for 3 seconds. So by putting it in the captain only position, the alert can only be activated from the cockpit. If it's pressed in the cabin, only the cockpit, or I'm sorry, if the cabin command push button is pressed, only the horn will sound for 3 seconds. So that's kind of why we do that. While conducting the evac checklist, the pilots determine the evacuation is required. How should you command an evacuation? We're going to do this next week when we do our check ride prep, make a PA, and we're also going to press the evac command push button. All right, now we get into some more meat and potatoes, fly-by-wire flight controls and flight control laws. Let me take a sip of coffee. Sitting here taking notes while listening to 737. Nice, sippy zapple. All right. What type of flight control system does 320 have? Fly-by-wire system. If you don't know that by now, then you're just at the wrong channel. Describe how flight controls are activated. That's for you, chat. How are the flight controls... Actually, describe how they are controlled and activated. How are the flight controls controlled and activated? We're looking for 2 key words here. How are the flight controls controlled and activated? Alternate law, no. Joystick input. What happens when you put a joystick input? What happens? How are the flight controls controlled? Captain Meow. Perfect. Hydraulically actuated? Nope, that's actually flip-flop. I scratched that. -10 for Captain Meow. They are electrically controlled and hydraulically activated. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Is the book wrong? The book is wrong. It's backwards. Captain Meow, I stand corrected. +10 for you. They are electrically activated and hydraulically controlled. Yeah, the answer is wrong here in the book. Electric signal, yes. So it sends an electric signal to activate hydraulic flight control movement. So yeah, I'm gonna have to make a note of that. I have to send it to some check airman peeps. All right, how is normal law indicated on the PFD? We have the green equal sign for pitch, bank, and overspeed limits. We also have the amber, black, alpha protection airspeed tape. So that alpha prod or the tiger tail that you see come zipping up when you take off out of Vegas, you go flap 0. Good thing I'll never be in control of a real airliner. Yeah, so that alpha protection speed tape is also another indication of normal law. How is alternate law? This one I'm asking you guys because it's very important. Lives have been lost because of this. How is alternate law indicated on the PFD in an Airbus? How is alternate law indicated? So we got the green equal sign for pitch and bank. Alpha prot in normal law. How do we know? Amber crosses on PFD. That is correct. So the amber X's indicating lack of normal law protections on the PFD. This is a crucial understanding of the Airbus. You got to know what law you're in. Amber crosses, yep, you guys are all right. Crosses on the corner. That's correct. Yeah, so the amber X's indicate alternate law. How is direct law indicated on the PFD? So you'll have the amber X's, lack of normal law protections, and then you're going to have one other display on your PFD for direct law. What do we see for direct law? So amber X's were alternate law. What is direct law indicated by? No, there's no force feedback on the stick, Xylibo. We don't want to end up like Air France. That is correct. Use, man, pitch, trim. Very good. Very good. You got Mal, Flame, Vega. Very good. Very good. You guys are all correct. Use manual, pitch, trim. That is direct law. Now, almost as equally as important as identifying alternate and normal law, what is the subtle but significant difference between direct law and mechanical backup indicated on the PFD? So green is normal, amber X's are alternate, direct law, we have amber X's, and use manual pitch trim. What is mechanical backup indicated by on the PFD? All right, well, Captain Meow is obviously type rated in the Airbus. I think it's a 737NG driver alt account. What does it mean if the PFD says use woman pitch trim? That means you might as well just, hands off, Stephen. Jesus, take the wheel and just let it ride. So it is man pitch trim only. And that is, we're going to be seeing that more and we get into our check ride prep because there is some, we're going to see that actually. We're going to see that displayed and depicted in the flight simulator with Tolas. So, what do I see up here outside of the, hold on. I have to move my, is there islands down there? No. Fake news. I thought I saw some islands. Cool. All right, continuing on. Excuse me. When operating a normal law in flight mode, what does the side stick command for pitch and roll? G load and roll rate. We're going to talk about that ad nauseum coming up next week. So, normal law, what do you do when you move the stick forward and aft? You're commanding a G load on the airplane. What do you command when you go left and right? You command a roll rate. What is the significance of side stick priority? We're going to skip that. Name the flight control computers and the number of each. Well, if anybody's in an Airbus right now, this is cheater mode. So, how many flight controls do we have and how many of each do we have? I'm curious if anybody gets this right. Oh, look at those wings though. Yeah, you're right. Look at that. That's the shot. All right, the 737 alt account has it correct again. Ooh, Flame, you missed one there. Flame missed one. So we have the ELAC, elevator aileron control computer, 2 of those. The spoiler elevator computer, SEC, 3 of those, and 2 FACS, flight augmentation computers. We'll get much more into this next week as well. What does Sec 3 control? So that third spoiler elevator computer. Spoiler control, 1 flight spoiler, 1 ground spoiler on each wing. That one's an important one to remember, and we're going to touch on that later why. What happens to the THS after landing? What happens to the THS, the trimmable horizontal stabilizer, sound like Mentor pilot, stabilator, after landing. We talked about this just on the last stream, I believe. Goes to 0. Good. Yes, everyone. There you go. Chaos even got that one right. So easy, Chaos got it. Resets to 0. That's a pre-flight inspection from the FO. Make sure it is at 0. Resets to 9. Nope, that would be a Boeing. Boeing resets to 9 degrees nose down. Don't call me that 737 guy. I've just watched some CBT type rating videos on YouTube. All right, Captain Meow. Good deal. Good deal. Just messing, Chaos. Shots fired. Since we're flying a Qantas, what happens when a cosmic neutrino flips a digital bit from 0 to 1 on the A300 autopilot computer? It does something. That was a typo. The 9 is next to the 0. Okay, Flicks, that's what they all say. That's what they all say. Describe some protections a pilot will have in normal law. This one I'm actually curious. So name one or name two, whatever you got. What are the protections? We all like to talk about protections, fly-by-wire this, fly-by-wire that. Let's see if all of these get hit here. I'll let this one marinate. What are some protections a pilot will have in normal law? Stall, overspeed, roll, G-load protection, bank angle protection, correct. High speed, low speed protection. Over G. Who said that? Bosco said over G. So Bosco got the one that I was thinking, howitzer, I see you, G protection. So the load, yeah, you guys are all correct, and there's multiple ways, but yeah, we have high speed protection. We have high angle of attack protection. That would be your kind of your stall protection. But that's, remember, it's AOA. You should really be saying AOA instead of stall. So it's AOA protection. Pitch attitude protections. We're limited 30 degrees up, 15 degrees down, indicated by the PFD there as well. Bank angle protections. We did this when Fenix V2 dropped. I showed you guys the bank angle. 67 degrees, our max bank angle in normal law. And then Bosco got it here, the G protection. So it's actually referred to in Airbus speak as load factor limitation. Now, this one I'm going to just read to you. So we have two sets of limitations for load factor. We have a positive 2.5 G and a negative 1 G load factor limitation on the A320 series of aircraft. That is in a clean configuration, however. With the flaps and or slats extended, that G load protection is now reduced to a positive 2 Gs and 0 Gs on the negative side. So you lose about a G and a half, or you lose a G and a half on combined with the flaps or slats out. So do we have overspeed protection too? Yes, that is a high speed protection. High speed protection will activate once you go past that barber pole. If you're in your Airbus, you look at your PFD, you see the red barber pole, and then just above that there's a little green equal sign. That is the trigger for your high speed protection. What happens when you run into high-speed protection, since we're talking about it? Describe it. Someone described to me high-speed protection. If VMO, MMO plus a predetermined factor is exceeded, the system induces a what? How do you protect against high speed? Yep. Pitch up command, yeah, that's correct, yeah. So the aircraft will pitch up. So once you go into the predetermined factor of your high-speed regime, the Airbus will pitch up to limit aircraft speed, right? So pitches up, increases AOA, increases drag, it's going to slow down. Hopefully there's no one above you, because that's a good way to get a TCAS RA. What, if anything, can a pilot do to override high-speed protection pitch-up? I'm actually, this is a tricky question. I'm gonna see if anybody gets it. I don't know. My inner speedbird came out on me on that one there. My inner speedbird. So, is there any way to override that pitch up? This one's tricky. Damn it, Flame. Turn off autopilot will not solve the issue, Cody. Believe it or not. Pitching down will not solve the issue, RC Flyer. Non-normal or slow the hell down. That is correct. Trim down will not protect you, Liss Aviator. Pull the throttles will not protect you. Less power. I mean, well, I guess what you're saying, pull the power so that it slows down. Theoretically, yes, that is correct. But what if it's a malfunction? What if it's malfunctioning? What if you get a false AOA reading and the airplane thinks you're overspeeding and it's just going into pitch up? It's like even if the power's at idle, it's going to keep pitching up. It's going to keep pitching up. What do? You literally have there's only one thing you can do. It's actually kind of scary if you think about it. Well, not scary, but I mean, you got to be on it. And we're in Qantas, which the captain of the Qantas flight, what was the flight number? I can't remember. He did this, but it was the opposite direction. You cannot override high-speed protection in normal law. All right, so you can't override it in normal law. In this case, the aircraft would need to be forced into alternate law. And the way we do that, the most common way to do that, Flame had it right off the bat, 280 yards off. Qantas Flight 72. Thank you, Alex Mean. Qantas Flight 72. So, yeah, the only way to override a high-speed protection is to force the aircraft into alternate law. So you got to be Johnny on the spot when you're thinking there. What is alpha max? I'll read this one. Maximum angle of attack allowed in normal law, indicated by the top of the red strip on the airspeed scale. So you get below alpha prot or alpha protection, and then you get the red, solid red line there on your speed tape. That is the alpha max speed, or the alpha max AOA, which that's really what it is. It is the max AOA, because it's not necessarily a speed. It will vary with AOA. All right. How does high angle of attack protection operate? When the angle of attack exceeds alpha protection, nose up pitch trim ceases, and angle of attack is now proportional to side stick deflection, not to exceed alpha max, even with full side stick deflection. So now we're talking about, what happens if you are getting in a high AOA situation. How do you get protected? It will allow you to pitch up all the way until you get to alpha max, and even with full side stick deflection in normal law, you will not exceed the AOA to stall the aircraft. In theory, mind you, in theory. What protections and stabilities, if any, does a pilot have in alternate law? Load factor, we have high speed stability and low speed stability, but no protections. What protections, if any, does a pilot have in direct law? None. Let me say that again. What protections, if any, does a pilot have in direct law? The answer is none. Important that you understand that. What if all does flare mode, this is a good one. When, if at all, does flare mode activate in alternate law? So, to help kind of describe, 50 feet, 30 feet, depending if you're in a Neo or a CEO, airplane takes a snapshot of the AOA, begins to run the pitch trim down, so you get that feeling of having to flare the airplane and pull aft on the stick, so you can flare the airplane. That is your flare mode. So, if that's flare mode, do we have flare mode in alternate law? Do we have a flare mode in alternate law? That's my question. It doesn't, says Roderick. Doubt it does. Gear. What does gear have to do with it, Cody? What do you think about gear? You're onto something. If you're in direct law, you're having a bad day, though. Yes, but if you're in alternate law, you're probably going to end up in direct law. And that'll answer the question. So, in alternate law, you do not have a flare mode. However, if you were planning on landing that airplane that's in alternate law, as soon as the gear come down, the aircraft will revert to direct law. Once you are in direct law, The side stick deflection and flight control deflection is exactly proportional. So it becomes very twitchy. It begins to fly like the well, I guess this doesn't fly too twitchy, but it begins to fly like a default Microsoft aircraft, where you just get real super pitchy. That is how direct law feels in the real airplane and in the real simulator. So when the gear comes down, you're going straight into direct law, and you got to be very mindful of how sensitive your inputs will be, and we train to that during recurrent. I will actually demonstrate a direct law landing, single engine. All right, we already talked about that. If in alternate law, when will the aircraft revert to direct law? I'm just going to read through this one. If the controls degrade to alternate law for any reason other than recovery from abnormal attitude, direct law automatically becomes active with gear extension and autopilot not engaged. In this case, full use of autopilot is recommended until they must be disconnected. So that's so because of that pitch moment. They don't want you flying around with the gear down, making everybody sick, seesawing the airplane around. So keep the autopilot on if you can, depending on the failure, until the last possible second. Or as appropriate. When is there a direct relationship between side stick and flight control surface deflection? I just gave you that answer. When in direct law, and also when in ground mode or on the ground. That's where you get those whiskers to come up. That shows you flight direction. This is what, this irked me. So not to beat a dead horse here, but there are certain content creator that believes the way you rotate the Airbus aircraft is to look at your PFD and look at the little whiskers that are indicating direct relationship between side stick and flight control surface deflection. I tell you, if you get in a habit of rotating with your eyes at the PFD, you're going to end up having a bad day at some point. Do not do that. In fact, when I was going through my type ride, the instructor said, if I see your eyes at the PFD during rotation, it's going to be an automatic unsat. So you do not look at your PFD for rotation. You look outside, visual references, even if you're taking off in 300 RVR, if you can do that, probably 600 RVR. You still have some visual references. Once you begin that rotation, then your eyes come inside, and then you can go ahead and stare at your PFD. But you do not rotate the Airbus by just putting the whiskers on the attitude line and then letting it rotate. So there you go. Airbus instructs tend to teach you to handle a side stick like a disease-riddled body part. Nudge it when only needed. Yeah, less is more, definitely. The less is more would be a good way to put that. This is a long one here, a long answer, so I'm just going to read it. It's common Airbus philosophy that the Airbus cannot stall in normal law. However, there are conditions in which it can. Describe how this can happen. A good pilot will operate under the philosophy that anything can happen. Preventative systems such as alpha protection, alpha max, etc., could interpret bad data as valid data and subsequently fail to recognize the actual angle of attack or flight path of the airplane. Therefore, it is hard to point to exact scenarios when the Airbus can stall in normal law. We need to understand anything is possible, and we should recognize stall indications and recover regardless of the active control law, like pitot tube freezing code. I know you own Air France 447. There are multiple reasons, why that airplane crashed. One of them of which was, like you're mentioning, yes, the icing on the pitot tubes. But here we go. How would the aircraft enter abnormal attitude law? Commonly forgotten law here on the channel. I don't think I've ever seen this modeled. I don't know how you would even test it. I mean, I guess I know how you would test it. Might have to give it a shot in the TOLAs. How do you enter abnormal attitude law? This is what I think killed us the other day on the Fenix stream, V2. So how do you enter abnormal attitude law? Wind shear? No. You could. Plus 50, 30 down. You're speaking too much like an EASA pilot, which you might be. Captain Meow, same thing. You're thinking like an EASA pilot. I need you to think like a practical aviator. A practical aviator. Get your head out of the mathematics on this one. This is a practicality, because what I tell you, if this happens to you, you're not going to give two shites what bank angle or what pitch attitude you're at. You just need to understand what the root cause of abnormal attitude law is. So I don't think anybody's got it. Bosco, exceeding bank, you're correct, but not necessarily got the full answer. So you must exceed approximately double the normal law limits. So the normal law limits, I know you guys roll, well, 50 degrees pitch, 30 degrees nose low, because what is it, 15 and 33, whatever? Yeah, it's okay, but no one cares about the degrees. Nobody cares about the pitch, the degrees. You got to understand the total scenario that you're in here. You are exceeding approximately double normal law limits. It doesn't matter which normal law limit you exceeded. You just have to understand how you got into it. All right. What is the purpose of abnormal attitude law? Allows the aircraft to be recovered from an unusual attitude. So the whole purpose of the abnormal attitude law is to help you recover from an obvious abnormal situation. It could be most likely a really bad upset, correct? So whether that's a massive wake that you threw you into, when someone said wind shear, that's why I said you're not necessarily wrong with wind shear. It would kind of depend on the severity, and just would be very situation dependent. So, but it's good to understand that abnormal attitude law is there to just allow safe recovery from an unusual attitude, which I think is why we crashed at a Fenix V2 test out of Vegas, because we definitely exceeded twice the normal limits, and we rolled over, and then it was like I was locked into normal law, and I couldn't recover the airplane. I think that's what got us on that Vegas stream. All right, here is a note as we progress to the next section here. The following questions should provide a better understanding of the flight control laws. While the questions may not be asked in the same manner, an operational understanding is expected. That's what I was getting back to, that abnormal attitude laws, like when everyone wants to shoot out bank angles and degrees. But you need to have an operational understanding. There is a massive difference between an operational understanding and a technical understanding. And if you are 100% one or the other, you are bound to fail. You have to have both. And in a lot of aspects, you're better off having more operational understanding than a technical understanding. Because if you're ever in a situation when everything goes to hell, the technicality stuff goes right out the window. You need a practical operational understanding to be a well-rounded pilot. Speaking of operational understanding, let me just make sure everything is good here. We're 2106. If I go to the prog page, 2149. Wait, what? 2106? We're only 49 minutes from our destination? That can't be right. 2106, 2107Z right now. And we're supposed to land at 2150, so... No. Is that right? I'm going to switch to real time. Hopefully this doesn't crash. 2008 real time. Wow. We are crushing this. Well, and at least we got another sunrise. So we're back to real time. That doesn't hurt my feelings, seeing another sunrise. Does it hurt your feelings? Hopefully not. Oh, till TOD. Till TOD. Thank you. Till TOD. Did abnormal attitude law kill you the other day, or did the roll kill you? I think it was a combination of not having an abnormal attitude law and or just Microsoft being Microsoft. Hi, everyone. Have you ever heard of the phenomenon known as flutter? Yes, I have, with flight physics. Really interesting. Yes, it is scary as hell. I had a yaw, so it'd be the rudder flutter. We had a flutter in the rudder. A flutter in the rudder. We had a yaw damper failure in when I was a new hire first officer, and with the yaw damper out, we began to get a couple of things started happening. This is actually a good podcast one. I forgot all about this one, but there became a point when we started to get some flutter in the rudder. But never a good feeling, because when stuff starts fluttering, it may or may not rip off. All right, continuing on here. Just joined. Why are we flying a piece of plastic instead of the real thing? Vladimir, welcome to the stream, my friend. We had for the departure, man. We had to for the departure. We needed the juice. We needed the juice for the departure. It was amazing. We were going to be in the Tolas all next week, so it's coming. Podcast when? I don't know. All right. We're going to just breeze right through these questions because we got to pick up the pace. If the flight crew is flying at 300 knots and they happen to pull full back on the side stick, how high can they pitch up? 30 degrees. If the pilot selects 100 knots on the speed knob, how slow would the aircraft fly if the autopilot and auto thrust are engaged? I'm going to leave this one for you guys to answer because I think it'd be important for VATSIM pilots or anybody on flight sim, because I think it would be possible you try to slow down or your thing got reset to 100 on the MCP. So if you select 100 knots on the speed knob, how slow would you actually go with the auto thrust and autopilot on? VLS, good. VLS, good, good, good. Nope, not VLS, not green dot. You go right through green dot, fly to live. That's why it's important. That's why I wanted to let this one roll out, because it will go all the way down to VLS, which is velocity lowest selectable. So if you wonder what does VLS mean, it's what it stands for. Vladimir, gotcha. Equipment change for the juice reasons. Yeah, put that on the. I'll put it in the logbook. Equipment change due to juice requirements. I never knew about Flutter until I went down to Wikipedia rabbit hole. Oh yeah. Describe in detail. So I'm going to read it. Describe in detail what would happen if the pilot slowly pulled the thrust levers to idle in normal law. I'm going to demonstrate this. As airspeed decays, the THS adjusts the pitch attitude to maintain altitude. If the angle of attack increases to a threshold value known as alpha protection or the tiger tail, the pitch function of the side stick changes. Stick movement commands a specific angle of attack instead of a G-load change. Since nose-up pitch trim ceases, the pilot must hold continuous back pressure in order to fly slower than the speed for alpha protection. Continuing the scenario above, what would happen if the flight crew continued to pull full aft on the side stick? How slow would the aircraft actually go? The speed corresponding to alpha max, which is the top of the red speed scale. The speed corresponding to alpha max, with the stick full aft, the elevator will adjust the pitch attitude to maintain a maximum safe angle of attack, alpha max. This maximum angle of attack induced by the pilot is slightly lower than the stall angle of attack. Therefore, the aircraft theoretically cannot be stalled in normal law. Okay, that's what I said, theoretically. At some point during this demonstration, the auto thrust automatically applies Toga power. What is this protection and how does it work? I'm sure many of you have experienced this in the sim. Alpha floor. Alpha floor is a function of auto thrust. It will activate at any airspeed based on angle of attack and automatically apply Toga thrust regardless of thrust lever position. Doesn't matter if they're at idle, doesn't matter if they're 50%, doesn't matter if they're in a climb detent. It will automatically apply Toga thrust. Alpha floor is available if the auto thrust is functional. It does not need to be active. An engine is running, not both, and the aircraft is in normal law. Angle of attack protection does not depend on alpha floor to function. Now, on Neo aircraft, there's a limitation we got to remember. Alpha floor is inhibited above Mach 0.6. No, there is no Bravo floor, just alpha floor. So that's kind of that read through of that. Describe what would happen if a flight crew attempted to overstress the aircraft while in normal law. So let's say you wanted to go full ham on it. What would happen? Maneuver protection prevents a pilot from overstressing the aircraft by limiting flight control inputs. G-load becomes greater than normal. They are displayed in amber on the lower ECAM above the digital clock. We saw that happen live on stream in the Fenix. We saw the G-load pop up down there on the lower ECAM. When the side stick is pushed forward, less than 1 G is commanded. A given pitch input always results in the same pitch response regardless of airspeed. I'm going to say this again. A given pitch input always results in the same pitch response regardless of airspeed. When the stick is returned to neutral, the new pitch is held constant regardless of airspeed changes. Trying to maintain that 1G. What will happen if the pilot overspeeds the aircraft? Are there any protections that are available to the pilots? This is kind of a review of what we did before. I'm just going to read through it. An overspeed causes the flight control computers to provide a nose-up input to reduce aircraft damage due to excess speed. This protection limits maximum airspeed by increasing pitch attitude even if full forward stick is held. So even if you're like, oh my gosh, I'm going nose up, full forward stick, doesn't matter. The speed at which this protection activates is known as on the airspeed indicator as the green equal sign. An overspeed warning is generated as VMO, an overspeed warning is generated as VMO is exceeded, specifically at VMO plus 4. This warning can only be silenced by the emergency cancel push button. Emergency cancel push button right there on the center pedestal below the lower ECAM. The red button that always looks illuminated on the Fenix, even though it's not. That's the only way to silence that warning. If the stick is released, the speed will return to VMO MMO. The protection will allow a momentary increase in airspeed up to VMO plus 16 or MMO plus 0.04. Permit any necessary maneuvering, but then the speed will again slow to the limit. Positive spiral static stability is introduced to 0-degree bank angle instead of 33 degrees in normal law, so that when the side stick is released, the aircraft always returns to bank angle of 0 degrees. Bank angle limit is reduced from 67 to 40 degrees. If high-speed protection is active, positive spiral stability occurs at all bank angles, and control pressure is required to hold any bank angle greater than 0. It is possible to overspeed the aircraft. The computers merely limit the maximum alternate speed. So after all that mumbo-jumbo, clear as mud, just remember this. It is possible to overspeed the aircraft. The computer merely limits the maximum attainable speed. Bank angle check, Gustavo. Welcome, man. Good to see you, dude. Gustavo. Oh, man, Gustavo's probably not happy that we're in the 7.8 right now. What's up, Gustavo? Good to see you, man. When a pilot rolls into bank, what is provided? I'm going to skip that one. It's too long. I'm going to skip that one. It's too long. All right. Let's knock out some more panel questions.
Qantas 221 minus escape for 7 minutes.
What? All right, external lights panel. That's the next section. If the runway turn off, land, and nose switches are all in the on position, which lights automatically extinguish after takeoff? Come on, all you flybysers and fly with. If all your lights are on, which ones are extinguished after takeoff? I guess when the gear is retracted. Yeah, but Gustavo, if you look at the beginning of the stream, man, it was worth it, dude. 100% worth it at the beginning of the stream. There you go. Yeah, there you go. Nose wheel and runway turn-off lights extinguish when the landing gear is retracted. Remember, not the landing lights. The landing lights, well, I'm going to have to start putting an asterisk in this one. The landing lights on the current Airbuses are extended in the wing fairing. You hear them come out. You get a little bit of vibration when they come out as well. So those will stay illuminated. But the newer Airbuses are actually having everything wing fairing mounted. But everything that's attached to the landing gear, so it's the only lights attached to the landing gear are the nose light, the taxi light, and the runway turn-off lights. So those are the only lights attached to the nose gear, and those lights will be automatically extinguished upon gear retraction. Dom. Obviously it's the strobes, especially in the thick of night. Yeah, of course. What is the difference between position 1 and position 2 on the nav and logo toggle switch? Separate bulbs, we've gone over that, demonstrated that. When do the strobes flash in the auto position? So for all the auto fans out there, for the strobe light, I think Gustavo already ruined this one for us. Oh no, he said logo. When do the strobes flash in auto? So if I left it in auto position, when will the strobes turn on? Weight off wheels. Good question. Yep. And the lights on the new system, same rules? No, Gustavo. I think they all stay on, don't they? Doesn't everything stay on the wing fairing? I don't know. I've never flown an Airbus with the wing fairing lights. Weight on wheels is false. Airborne. Well, when the main landing gear is not compressed, then you go into flight mode. All right, next panel, science. Man, we got, oh man, this is good. So there's like, the APU panel is only on even years, so we can skip that section. Science panel for odd years. What occurs when the emergency exit light switch is placed off? All lights off. Amber, emergency exit light off illuminates. Why do we place, oh, here we go. Why do we place, Gustavo, you can't answer this one. Why do we place the no smoking sign to auto instead of on? See me on all my flows when we get in the Airbus, we fire it up, I go seatbelt sign off, no smoking goes to auto instead of on. Has wide body fever hit you again? The 78 is a beautiful plane. Dom, it has. It sure has, I agree. It's a beautiful plane. It could have been so much more beautiful if they would have just kept their traditional Boeing nose, or like a good Boeing nose. I just don't like the nose on the 7.8, but it is a beauty. And I got hit by the wide body itch again, Don, for sure. It got me. It was a beautiful takeoff. It was worth it. So you can vape in the lab after takeoff. Vape is non-flammable. So you could emergency exit lights. What, Cloud Surfer? Yeah. So emergency exit lights turn off when your gear retracted. Close. Yes. So Jeremy's got it correct. So they will illuminate when the gear comes down, but really we put it in auto so it allows the emergency exit lights to charge. So when the gear comes up, it allows them to start charging. It extinguishes the lights in the cabin, you get the ding, and then they start charging. All right. Internal lights panel. There's only one question in this section. What flight deck lighting is available if a normal electric power is lost? COVID. What flight deck lighting is available if normal electric power is lost? Captain instrument panel, right dome light, provided dome is in dim or bright, and the standby compass. All right, that's lame. Let's continue on. Ooh, the next section, anti-ice. This is juicy. We're going to crush this one. What's the point of on then, Jonathan, in case you want to turn them on in a scenario where they would not normally be on? You gear up. Maybe you gear up it and you got to turn them on. Or maybe you want to turn on the emergency exit lights on in flight for some reason. I don't know why you would. Are we fluttering? What's happening here? Nope, everything looks good. Now we are cruising ahead. What's our ground speed? Got a 67 ahead one too. 495. Good night. I'm going to need to bid for a 787. Freaking juicy though. We're going to have to fly this stupid airplane again, aren't we? I think. So nice. Uh-oh, what's happening to my frames? Why are we losing the internet frames here? Internet, behave. Water landing. Ooh, there you go. I don't know why we had a frame drop there on the internet. Hopefully that'll salvage itself. All right, ice and rain protection. I think by the time we nail this, we'll be pretty much close to descent. All right. Jeremy, are all questions standardized or examiners make their own? They can make their own, but the ones that you're guaranteed to be asked are the ones I'm reading. So these are the very questions I'm going to be asked. One to me, one to the FO, and you're just going to alternate. And then, then whatever else the examiner wants to go, or whatever the check airman wants to ask in addition to. But, yeah, this is straight out of the master question file. What resolution am I running my cockpit shadows? I'm not sure. Probably ultra? I think I have everything up to, I think everything's ultra except like terrain, LOD, and graphic or something. I don't know. My settings are in the Discord, I think. Or it might be in the Nightbot command. I will try to use the HUD on landing. That's a weird A321LR. I know. We'll get back to it. How many questions can you fail? That's kind of a, depends. After Fenix update, do we need to change any control settings? Scott, I haven't tested that new 30% reactivity as suggested by Fenix. We haven't been in the Fenix since they came up with that. So we will check it out. The next time we're in it, I will for sure take a look at the 30% control sensitivity. I seemed pretty happy with like 80 other than that pitch up on landing. But maybe the 30% reactivity is even better. But I haven't myself tested it. Everyone in the chat who's flying, looks like the winds in Sydney are coming from the north. Perfect. We're set up for 3-4 left, I think. Do the turn-off lights and taxi lights automatically turn off on the gear up? And is switching them off redundant? Yes, it is redundant, and they do turn off. So it's the nose light and the turn-off lights, the runway turn-off lights. They will all extinguish upon gear retraction. So you can turn them. I mean, theoretically, you could leave the switch on, but what if they don't extinguish for some reason, and now you have lights on in the nose compartment? And you have So it's all double redundancy, right? You should use the default X-Plane 330 just to switch to another for the gags. I thought about it, Gustavo. I thought about it. Do you have self-examining authority? I'm not familiar with what that is, Daniel, so probably not. I think you'll be able to see the Opera House the way you're coming in. All right, Bosco, it'd be sweet. Cat 1 approach, lights off until runway and side are always on. Well, Cat 1, everything's on. Everything's on for us. Well, we turn on our nose, and it depends with approach clearance and landing clearance. Cat 3 is where it gets a little bit different. We might turn them. We might leave them off on Cat 3. But per our SOP, everything is pretty much on when you get cleared to land. Nose light and the other one. I'm drawing a blank. If strobes are set to auto, when are they extinguished? When you're in ground mode, Tyler Smith, so upon landing. And the struts are compressed. Michael, you have a nav RA2 fault? That's all right. You still got one. It's just situational awareness for you. Are the check airmen internal, or do you get to examine DP inspector? They're internal. We do all our own in-house. Unless you're getting a type ride or captain upgrade. Then it's FAA. Can you draw things and use visuals during your exam? You can, but you typically, in all honesty, the way it goes is you sit down, captain and FO, and then you go through, all right, limitations, and the examiner will literally have every single limitation out, and he's going to read them off one by one. He's like, what's max landing weight? 320. What's your crosswind component for a 321 Cat 3? What's your max taxi speed over 167,000 pounds? And if you aren't spitting them out, he's going to know that you're deficient. And if you start missing some limitations, then you will fail 100% very easily. And then as far as the question file goes, I've never been in a situation, thankfully, where it hasn't been like that. Bam, bam, answer, question, answer. So you just go one after the other. Now, if the FO doesn't know something, as a captain, you better make sure you know it, because else you're going to look really bad. Now, if you don't know, or if I don't know it as a captain, I can lean on my FO, but that also doesn't look very good to the examiner. They're like, So, because I remember going in for these, like when I was an FO, and it's like, all right, well, you get a little bailout. You get a little bailout. You get bailout protection as an FO. As a captain, you really don't have bailout protection. So they are not one-on-one, Jeremy. They can be. They can be, but because of our new training, so we are shifting over to a different style of regulated training, advanced qualification program, and this training requires us to be captain on first officer. So you have to have a crew, and it has to be captain on first officer. Prior to our old training methods, you could be FO on FO, you could be captain on captain, or you could just be going in solo. Matter of fact, the reason I am dequalled this whole month and didn't fly is because last year, when I went in for my oral, and my oral was done solo, so I had to answer every question. It wasn't alternating. I had to answer every question. But when it got to the sim part, they didn't have any seat fills. And remember, it has to be another first officer or a designated seat fill that's in training. Didn't have any of those. So I dequalled, and it ended up like, it put this weird gap in my currency. So when it came to this month, I ended up dequalling on the 8th of August, unbeknownst to me. I didn't even know. If I would have known that, I would have like loaded my schedule up for maximum credit. But so I dequalled from like the 8th until I go in at the end of the month. So that's kind of how it goes. So each pilot has their own set of questions. Same set of questions, Jeremy, you just alternate. So first question goes to the FO or the captain. First one goes to the FO. It doesn't. It's not. It's just whatever it is. Boom, boom, boom. Unless, when any examiner, any good examiner, when they smell blood in the water, if they smell that you're deficient in an area, they may just say, okay, this one's for you, this one's for you, this one's for you. Be quiet, don't answer. I've had that happen as a captain where the first officer was a little bit deficient in some of his knowledge. And, he's like, stop helping him. This is for him. I'm like, okay, just sit there. That makes it real awkward. And then that's when you kind of like blur it out anyway to save your guy. It's like if you like him, especially if he's an FO you like, just kind of be like, like, what part of the wing is heated? Don't help him. Okay, I won't say anything. Say the outboard 3 slats. Bosco gifting 5 memberships to the channel. Bosco, very, very kind of you. Thank you for that, sir. Appreciate the 5 gifted memberships to the channel. If y'all pick up a membership from Bosco, make sure you shout him out. Very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Do you get paid while you're dequalified? Yeah, X-Flight. I lucked out, man. I got the whole month paid. And I didn't fly at all. You should see my beard. But I think I was saying... like last month, I said, I'm so tired of getting beat up this year. I'm just going to take the month of August off. I was kind of being like sarcastic, obviously. I wasn't going to take the whole month off, but I was going to probably fly a lighter load. But man, it worked out. I got everything, I got pay protected, and I got to take the month off. So I'm fully recharged going into September.
Local traffic, Qantas A321 Neo.
We're not quite to TOD yet. We are 2032, about 20 minutes. We're looking good. Why do they dig deeper if they already know you're struggling? Because they want to get to the point where you fail. Because if you're deficient, then you got no business being in there. You need to go back and study. So that's just, that was, if I'm being honest, that was one of my favorite things to do when I was a check airman at the flight school. If I found somebody was deficient, especially more so if it was on something, like on a stage check or not like an actual, something really important like an actual check ride, but like a stage check or something, if I found them deficient, then I would definitely start hunting in that topic, because you got to get them to a student to a point where they realize that they are, how do I phrase this? It's like the end goal is to have a student realize when to stop digging a hole, because when you go for an actual type ride or a check ride, whether it's a PPL, IR, whatever it is, you can talk enough, you can talk not enough, and then you can definitely talk too much. And when you start talking too much, that's when you start getting into the rabbit holes where you can go all the way down, then you get flustered, and then you could bust a check ride. That's why when you're training, when you're doing stage checks, if you have that opportunity where you can continue to try to push that student, you want them to stay, okay, let me look it up, or I don't know, and stop. But when they keep kind of jumping around and making it worse, that's when you have to kind of go in and have them understand that that's not the way to go about that, because it's just going to make it worse for you when you actually go for a check ride. But it doesn't happen very often. It doesn't happen very often. Like, I'd say maybe on the private pilot rating, it happens a couple of times because the students are not used to that type of checking environment or that type of questioning environment. But once they get that feeling of being, I wouldn't say defeated, but getting that loss of confidence, you don't want to go back to that spot. So then when that happens again, or when that opportunity for that to happen again comes up and you're with an FAA examiner, you're not going to go that route. You're just going to stop and say, I'm sorry, I don't know, or I'm sorry, I don't have that answer, but I know where to find it. I know where to look, instead of trying to make something up, because you're not going to know more than the examiner, at least most of the time. So it's pool time with the family. We'll catch the rest of the stream tonight. Thanks for Bosco. Take it easy, man. Thanks for the gifted subs. Take it easy, my friend. You can dig a hole very quickly, especially during the CFI check ride. V2 plus 10, 100% true, 100% accurate. You can get in a hole very, very quickly on a CFI check ride. So, and Daniel, I see you're prepping for yours right now. The best part about the CFI check ride is, as an instructor, you will have materials available to you. So use those materials. If you get into a spot where you don't have the answer or the knowledge for the specific question that's being asked of you, use the tools that have that answer. Use your whatever books you have, your lesson plans or your PHAC or whatever it is, the FAR AIM. Know where those where the answers to those questions are, because you will, like, and almost every examiner should at least be understanding of that, because you will have, that's a real life application. You're going to have that. You're going to have those things. Jeremy says, for me, I beat myself up when I make a mistake, then I shut down. See, and that's kind of what you want to avoid. That's we would call that that's one of the hazardous attitudes. So when you make a mistake, you know, you don't want to let it ruin your whole day. And another, like one of my coaches used to always tell me, is like, you can have a bad play, don't have a bad game. So if you have a bad play, okay, it's done, forget about it, next play. You're still in the game, all right? Same thing with flying. You make a mistake on an arrival, you're coming down on arrival, and you missed a restriction or a speed restriction, don't dwell on it. Because if you dwell on it, then you're going to miss the next instruction. Then you're going to miss the next instruction. Then you may have an RA. Then you may have a runway incursion. Then you may overshoot the final and have something else not go well. So you got to be able to recognize a mistake and immediately move past it. And then there is time for debriefing. There's time for reflection. That's after the parking brake is set and the airplane's on the ground. So it's kind of the same deal with check rides. There's time to reflect on what you said right, what you said wrong, but give the answer. If you don't know the answer, look it up. If you can't look it up, you don't know where to look it up, then you just say you don't have that answer. And hopefully they'll just ask another question. Simultaneous in the 3-4s, we could try it, Zippy. We can try it. How come they don't let you recover and move on during an oil? Well, they are, Jeremy. They are. They're just going to, they say, okay, well, then what's this? Like, for instance, let's have an example here. Let me find a question. I don't have anything available here. But what the whole point of the examiner digging when they find you're deficient in an area is they want you to stop digging. They want you to stop and realize, okay, I don't know. Let me ask my captain, or I don't know. Let me check in my POH or my FCOM, or let me check in my FOM. They want you to stop just blurting, and they want you to either find the answer or admit that you don't have the answer, so that they can reword the question. And then maybe when they reword a question, sometimes when they reword a question, it triggers something in your mind. You're like, oh, okay, that's what it is. And that's happened to me. Like, I'll be asked a question, and it's just complete brain fart, nothing, no answer. Like, what? And then I just be like, I'm sorry, I don't understand. And it's like, okay, let me word it this way. I'm like, oh yeah, I got it now. Okay, boom. Because sometimes it's just an honest misunderstanding from what the question is and what the examiner's trying to get you to say. So you got to be able to, you want to be able to try to recognize that and have it, you know, come away with it with, you know, some humility too, like V2 plus 10 said. Yeah. And honestly, the only guys that dig deeper and deeper are the guys that possess hazardous attitudes of either macho or know-it-all or just lack humility, which is something that you need to have as an aviator and just as a good person in general. It's always good to be humble. Because you can be humble or you can be humbled. Which one do you want to take? Chaos says, by the way, just confirmed that the 321X has abnormal alternate law implemented. Really? That's awesome. Oh, no, Jeremy, you can look it up. You can look it up, unless they say don't look it up. And then in that case, you're probably screwed. Then you're on thin ice. If that's their first question, then you're probably okay. But if they ask another one and you don't know it at all, then it's probably not looking good for you. Limitations are the only one where you're not really allowed to look them up. That's awesome, Chaos, though. Flying from Frankfurt to O'Hare on the 748. Nice. 2 hours left. How often do you have a check ride? At minimum once a year. Still pissed about my private check ride. Guy pink slipped me for refusing to break school policy on pattern entries. Yep. I would hold that grudge for a while, Key 6. I'd hold that grudge for a while. In a 121 check ride, do you get asked non-system questions or procedure like weather, FARs, etc.? Daniel, I'm not going to say on all 121 check rides, but like for me, for like what I'm going into right now, I'm going into a recurrent. Well, actually, no. That you do. That happens during ground school. So the first day of my 6-day training ordeal is ground school, and in that ground school, it's recurrent for everything like company-wide safety stuff. Some touches on weather, like what you're getting, like non-aircraft specific stuff, right? And then there is a test. There's a written test on that. But then day 2 is going into the sim. That's when you have your oral. That's all airplane and operational procedures knowledge and testing. So yes, you do get asked those questions. That's on a written exam on the ground school on day 1. And then once you go to the sim, then that's all pretty much aircraft specific stuff. Top of descent's coming up soon, you tell me? We didn't even get to read our anti-ice panel. You guys got ahead of me there. Let's see. So, time is 20:42, TOD, 20:51, 10 minutes to TOD. What's the altitude that we're supposed to be at? 9, 6, 3,000? I guess we could just set 3,000, right? Let's just set 3 so it starts down and we'll be ready. Because it'll automatically start down, right? The one thing that everyone loves about Boeings. Dreamliner. Just a beauty. Starting to like this airplane, chat. It's not good. Not good. Starting to like it. We're going to have to fly it again. I need some water, though. Hold on. Chaos. Yep, they do like to go down automatically. Still like the 74-8 more? Yeah, for sure, Kyle, because it's got 4 engines, man. Like this airplane, I've liked looking at it, but as we approach the end of almost a 3-hour flight phase, I'm tired of looking at it. It's just a 737 with stretchy wings, if you ask me. 7.4, she's her own beauty. She's got her own beauty. I heard about a person who had an oral or who had a photographic memory and could recite the book during his oral. Well, that's good for the oral exam. Hopefully he has a photographic memory on how to fly the airplane. Do a Comanche stream. That flight model is the best I've ever seen. Brian, I think we're gonna hit up the props a little bit more in Australia because there's really not. I mean, there's our cities that we got to hit for sure, but I think there's some good opportunity for some outback runs, some outback flying into outback. Maybe I should pick up some Fosters on the way home. Australian for beer. Jasic, good to see you, man. Welcome. Boeing should have put the 787 and the 73 MAX when they had the chance. They did, but then they would have to require a new type ride for all the 737 people. And so they're like, oh, no, we won't do it. Black Square Comanche. Well, Zippy Zapple, the Comanche is your GA experience. So you are buying an experience when you buy that airplane. That pre-flight procedures, fuel sumping, engine wear. Now, Black Square has engine wear and all that too. But you are buying an entire GA experience for when you get the Comanche. Black Square, you're more like buying an airplane. To spec Australian. I know, when my buddy Ben came over, the Aussie, I was like, mate, I'm going to get some Fosters. And he's like, even Australians don't drink Fosters. But he did bring me kangaroo jerky, which I thought was quite interesting. And then he also brought me kangaroo tails for the dogs. I'm like, all right. And the dogs loved them. Have you ever considered buying your own plane? No, I have not, Brian Aviation. I just don't have the time nor the interest really for my own airplane. It's a lot. It's not just an airplane to own. It's the cost of hangaring it, the cost of maintenance. So it just there's too much entailed with aircraft ownership that I'm not interested in. I got a boat and 3 kids. It's about and chickens now, so I'm about maxed out. Does it taste like chicken? It tasted gamey. It tasted like a gamey, lean chicken. What if you could ask? Could you rephrase the question? Yeah, you can ask that. That's your scapegoat question for your initial type. Or when you get asked a question and you just need more time to think about it, like, can you rephrase it? You get your overalls yet? No, not yet. But my wife did get a pair of chicken boots. No goats yet? No, JP. We got real close, and I said, I told the wife, I was like, why don't we do the chickens first? Get that going. I just didn't think we were ready for goats. It's a lot more to do with the goats. We'd have to get a separate fence. I didn't want the goats in our backyard fence. I want them like on the property. But I have to go put up another fence for them, and then they need housing, and you can't have one. And then I didn't want. The more I started learning about goats, is I didn't just want pet goats. I wanted milking goats or dairy goats. But to have a dairy goat, then you gotta. It's just like it was a lot. It was a lot. Goats stink, like actually stink. Yeah, I know. That's the other thing, too. They'll scare all the deer. Because deer will smell the goats, and then it'll be overpowering, and then that freaks the deer out, and they won't come around. And we got tons of deer now. Got all the deer feeders out and mineral licks, so. That was another reason why. Pigs you can get smelling nice. Goats you cannot. Interesting. Steven, thank you for the 16 months of support. It says, great stream, V1. Enjoying it immensely and realizing I need to study the 320 systems a lot. Well, studying, we will study. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see. We might kick off the first check ride prep stream tomorrow, kind of like a familiarization flight in the tow list. We'll see. We'll see. I would miss questions on tests because I wasn't sure that was being asked, not because I didn't know my stuff. Yeah, that happens. It definitely happens. That happens to me, too.
landing.
Ooh, Green Dot Aviation is flying with us today.
5-star, and then we'll be spit out at Jacqueline and vectoring for 34 right.
Your game crashed at TOD, Steven? Oh no.
Sydney traffic.
Lawn mowing goats like
124
Chicago.
passing Marlin,
Goat
waypoint
scare.
on the Marlin 5 approach. Jacqueline waypoint right downwind runway 34 right. Sydney.
Right downwind, 3-4 right. I feel like we need to start looking at our situation here.
In traffic, this is Kepler 705, we're currently 60 miles out of the Yacht Airport. We'll be doing the ILS runway 25.
10 miles. There should be traffic. Oh, look, there's traffic right off the nose. We're overtaking. Who are we overtaking? Where'd that traffic go? There he is.
Sydney traffic, 1775 left base, 34 left.
Max, yeah, you have a great point, and that's also correct. If you answer questions quickly and correctly, most examiners will ask less questions. That is 100% accurate. Look at this overtake right here. Oh, this is pretty sweet. Overtaking the 7-3. I think we just started down. Power's coming back. Well, let's make sure we don't slow down here in the descent, and we are. No. I want to go... oh no, how do I go into this? Yes. We're going to do 8-8 in the descent. We got to overtake them. Don't slow down. Don't slow down. We got to overtake this 7-3. We're so close. So V1 has no desire to hang an old tail dragger in a barn somewhere? No. Unfortunately not. Let me get my tactical flip-flops in position. Roberto says, hey everyone, I've been looking into using Microsoft as a visual engine, but all dynamics from prepared. My friend has achieved this? Now that is very interesting, Roberto. That is pretty wild. Taking the physics from P3D and using the graphics from Microsoft. That is pretty next level. Imagine what it's like for the chief pilot on their check ride. Yeah, everyone's got to take them. Well, that's not necessarily true. Base chiefs won't be flying. You wouldn't be doing a line check as a base chief unless you were line flying, which in that case, then you wouldn't be a chief pilot. Where'd that traffic go? I think we passed them. Power's coming back though, nosing down. I lost that traffic on TCAS too. Can I put it into below mode? Does that work? Nope. Alright, let's come down here to our knit ref. 30-128, yes please, plus 5. Gross weight 310. Show will be 128 plus 5, 133. I'd love to have X-Plane physics with Microsoft graphics. Yeah, that'd be nice. Probably should look at an approach chart here. No LS push buttons. Let's go to our checklist. Recall auto brake. We'll do auto brake. Let's do auto brake 1. Landing data. VREF minimums are checked. It's going to be a standard 200 on the Barrow mins. So we'll dial that in here. Oh my gosh, I hate that. Can I just click it? Oh my gosh. Boeing. Oh my. I hate Boeings. I just want 200. For fuck's. I'll just go 2 at a time. $200. Jeez. Kuro 7.8 or Adobo updated 7.4. Adobo 7.4. Adobo 7.4. And I think you're going to see that come true here more so as we come into land. All right, approach briefing completed. Visual approach. Normal. Approach altimeters will get that. Landing speed brake, armed, landing gear, down and flaps. That's what we're left at. To be fair, I don't think it works like that in the real one. Yeah, I don't think so. I think they're much easier. I never see guys swearing or complaining when they're scrolling in their barrel mins. It's just hard in the sim because you do like, oh, a little bit off to the right. Oh, zoom in 1,000%. Or, oh, click and hold. Oh, you wanted 200? How about 950?
Traffic, Quadrant 1175, clear runway 34 left, we're crossing runway 25 on Alpha.
All right, our lights are going to be set here. Boats and hose versus goats and hose. That's funny. When mini FCU? I don't know. I don't know. Apparently, Flight Deck to Sim loves the Kuro enough to stream with a real 7.8. Well, I don't disagree that like in flight and like some of the basic systems is there, which is cool. But like, can I change the range on my PFD map? How does one accomplish that? No, I don't want heading select. I just wanted to sync my heading bug. How do you sync the heading bug? Can I not sync the heading bug? Can't sync the heading bug? Look behind me. Did we leave someone in the dust? I think we did. Every simmer's frustration, every simmer's frustration, the rotation and zoom. Yep. Yeah, I don't mind the systems. I mean, they're all. I think it's a lightly simulated 7.8, which it has all the basics A to B. I mean, you could say this is almost an on-the-line product minus some other features, but the landing, takeoff, and taxi characteristics are just kind of not. They don't feel right to me. They don't feel right. But I don't know. I mean, if the 787 pilot says it feels right, then maybe it is. Maybe it's just me. A little bit fast. Let's go ahead and start. We'll speed brake. No syncing the heading? Wow. I did not know you couldn't sync the heading bug in a 7.8. Roberto, why? Come on. You can't sync the heading bug in a 787? You could sync it in an Embraer. And I think, how can, there's no way, there's got to be a way to change this range on this. Lower MFD. No. Oh, geez. Now what did I do?
Sydney traffic, Qantas 124, turning base leg runway 34 right, Sydney.
Oh, hell.
Sydney traffic, Clipper Central 5, 20 miles out, left 25, traffic line.
I just want checklist down here and MFD up here. Select MFD, right? ND. There we go. And lower, I want checklist. Hey! Look at that. I'm a pro Boeing pilot now. Nope, that wasn't me with the heading sync on the 7.8. I think it can. Oh, really? I would be shocked if you couldn't do a heading sync on a 787. That's just basic. All right, 3014 is set. We're at 290 knots on the speed. We're going down to 3,000. New transition is set. Our landing checklist is up there. We don't need any terrain. We have the weather radar on, but there's absolutely nothing in front of us. We're back in the LNAV VNAV path, 290. Things are looking good. Let's go to this view, get the replay ready. Also, fun fact, if you move the yoke forward or aft with the autopilot on, it moves the whole horizontal stab. Wow.
Sydney traffic, Clever 705 on a 40 mile final IS25 will make it.
Sydney traffic, Qantas flight 357. We're at a 14,000, descending on the Marlin, setting up for a visual 3-4 left, Sydney traffic. It is 3-4 left, right? That's what we decided on. Oh wait, no, I don't want this here. I need to go back to my CDU. That's what I want. Oh, and then this one I'm gonna put checklist on this one. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Legs page. 3-4 left. It is what we're doing. All right, cool.
Sydney traffic, Clever 705 come out final registering 170 traffic light.
Stream is chugging. Oh no. Yeah, we did lose. We had another internet drop right there. Better not do this on the way into Sydney. After all this juice. Yeah, we did have a drop frame moment there. When you flew in Bear, correct? Yes, I did, before the bus. Yes, Roberto, I flew the Jungle Jet Series 170, 190, and their associated 5s. Don't ever tell a Mesa pilot he flies an Embraer 170. He'll correct you immediately. Embraer 175.
124 on a 5 mile. No,
but yeah, that was my first. That was my first 121 experience. Was on the Embraers. Then I flew a contract 190, charter 190 operations, which was a lot of fun. 195, and then I went to the bus straight from the Embraer. It was like going back in time. Vertical profile. I was like, what's the 3 degree rule again? I don't remember how to do this. I was just so used to staring at my 3 degree path. The altitudes, having to get back in the Airbus was a step backwards in tech.
Traffic, no correction, Clipper 705, 5 miles out for IS25, fully established.
I keep hearing something click and it's making me nervous. Alright, it looks like we'll head over. Can I put terrain up just to see like the ground? I don't think so. If we cross over, the Sydney Harbor should be off to our right, right? Like over here? Yeah, right there. Man, I wish we had that skyline scenery, but I tell you what, let's I know the altitude is 6,000 or above, but for cinematic purposes, we're going to do flight level change 4,000 at IAS 240 knots for cinematic Sydney Harbor flyover as we welcome ourselves into Australia. Embraer's rule, yeah. Yeah, Roberto, the Embraer was such a great airplane, man. I loved it. I honestly did.
Traffic 12219 are clear from receive for left holding short is 25.
What's the difference between an Embraer pilot and an Airbus pilot? When you're on an Airbus, you know, you get something goes wrong, ding, cancel the caution, ECAM message pops up. Follow the ECAM, do the ECAM steps, message goes away. Embraer pilot, ding, ICAS message pops up. Sit there, stare at the ICAS message. The ICAS message goes away. That's the main difference between an Airbus pilot and an Embraer pilot. I mean, I swear, sometimes, especially on those early Embraers, man, engine start, ding, ding, ding. Freaking entire ICAS was populated with faults. And you're like, what? You just sit there and stare at it, like, okay, hopefully there's a bad power transfer. And one by one, they all start disappearing. See, this wing texture just makes me want to uninstall. But this honestly is kind of what the 787 wing looks like. This is just, it's a bad wing texture on top of an ugly real-world wing texture. It just makes me not like it. Scare bus. Just kidding, I love the bus, but the E190 was fun, for sure. E190 is a great airplane. I think the E190, if I had to pick one or the other, the 170 or 190, 190 for sure. It had a little bit more, I don't know, it just felt more like a stable, well-rounded frame than the 170. 170, like, you could be underpowered and you could just be kind of squirrely. The Embraer 190 was a very nice, stable, all-around airplane. All right, I think Sydney Harbor's right up here, right? We're 6 for 4. Let's keep on going. Let's go to 3,000. Sydney traffic, Qantas Flight 357. We're out of 4.6, descending 3,000 over Prawn. We're going to set up for a overflight of the field, midfield downwind, and we're going to do a left downwind entry for 34 left, Sydney. For cinematic purposes, we're going to overfly. And then, oh wait, no, that's the Opera House. Oh, we already missed it. Dang it. I need to get that skyline thing installed. 4 for 3, check.
In traffic, Surfer 705, vacating runway 25, texting Yankee.
So that's the Opera House. It just hasn't really loaded in full yet. You know what? I bet I could have upped my LOD for all this. Chuck Norris tells the ECAM what to do. That's right. There we go. We're approaching Sydney. It's loading in. All right, 240 on the speed. I'm going to go ahead and do a heading select as well. We're going to go, boom, heading select. So we're heading. We're going to overfly and do left downwind for runway 34 left. So you're just cruising along here in your 7-8 window, getting ready to see Sydney. V1 says a lot of prep work to do here before Saturday barbecue, and on Southern Hemisphere, you pitch down to flare, okay? All right, pitch down to flare. Got it, Gustavo. That would explain why that one FO... No, I'm just kidding. Toilets do spin the other direction, right? Water spins opposite. Oh, here we go. Here it is. Downtown Australia. Throw another shrimp on the Barbie. James, yeah, it'll be a Saturday or Sunday, but that stream's a while off. That's a myth, Jonathan. Well, my life has been ruined. Wow, look at this. I want to get downtown Sydney. We're gonna have to go on a tour down there. Look at this. It's sweet. Opera House, Sydney Harbour Bridge. I actually climbed the Sydney Harbour Bridge before.
Sydney traffic Qantas 22905.
Australia.
For 34 right.
Throw some shrimps on the Barbies. No toilets are not affected by Coriolis, only large fluids like oceans and atmosphere. Well, my life is a myth. That is cool. No lie, that is cool. I feel like we should do a tour of the downtown. We should go right. Screw it. There's no ATC on. Let's make a right 360. City traffic, Qantas Flight 357, just about over the top of the field. We're going to make a right 360 for spacing, and then we're going to set up for a right downwind, runway 34 left, Sydney. Right 360 for spacing. Now, I unplugged my Bravo, unfortunately, or else that'd be so much easier. I could plug it in right now, but I'm afraid it'll crash the sim.
Get away with a simultaneous approach.
Hey, son.
Traffic, Qantas 124, crossing on the 25, Sydney.
My first flight ever to Australia, I'm doing a right 360. Oh, prawns. I'm sorry, Slow. Prawns. Throw some prawns on the Barbie, will ya? And grab me a Foster's. We're having kangaroo tail for appetizer. Oh yeah, this is gonna be the juice. This is probably highly illegal. Let's do a right all the way down this little harbor here. No one else close but for space. Hey, I saw traffic, okay? It was a tic-tac. I saw a tic-tac on the final, so. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? Smash down the like button for that. I'm taking a screenshot. Print screen. This was worth it. I feel like we're in a commercial. I literally feel like we're in a Qantas commercial right now. This is a Qantas commercial. You're doing the right thing. The Lord's work on this flyby. Yeah, someone's got to do it. That was 110% worth it. I really need to get that scenery downloaded though. Because is this the bridge? Is that the Sydney Harbor Bridge right there? I think that's the Sydney Harbor Bridge, but it's supposed to be a big arch, right? That's cool. Sydney traffic, Qantas flight 357. We're on a right downwind at 3,000 for runway 34 to left, Sydney. Come a little bit more right, 090. Affirm it's supposed to be. Okay, so it's just me. So does anybody in chat have that scenery modeled or scenery installed correctly? Because for me it was not installing correctly and it was causing a CTD every time I clicked on the Sydney airport to load in. I'm going to try to reinstall it for the next stream. Alright, whale. Oh wait, hold on. We gotta go. We're not on downwind. I thought we were on downwind. Rip. We're flying opposite direction to the arrival. We were definitely not on downwind.
Sydney traffic 295. We are 20 miles on the final 34 right.
We're on a really wide. We're like a 380 downwind right now. It works fine for you, John? All right, so I'm gonna have to I'm gonna try to reinstall the whole thing. Steven, maybe, but it was causing me issues, man. Sorry, water. I do have Flight Tampa Sydney. Yes, I have Flight Tampa Sydney installed. Three, 4 right is not an option, is it? Just line up with this guy on final here. Just simul. Oh no, I don't want to do that taxi. I want 3-4 left. I need 12,000 feet to flare anyway. Let's come a little bit further right. We'll start dog-legging over. We'll plan to join right behind traffic. Sydney traffic, Qantas flight 357, 3,000 feet, modified right downwind. We're going to join behind traffic. That's just over Sausage. Sausage? Do they have sausage with prawns? You should do MML to Sydney in the Euro 787 Jetstar with Orbix YNL. What's Melbourne? I flew into Melbourne in real life too. Matter of fact, I think we might have gone Air Pacific. No, would we? I think I went Fiji to Melbourne. Is that a Qantas flight or is that a Air Pacific route? Because I think the only time I flew out of Sydney was when we went Sydney, LA. I don't think I flew into Sydney. I'm pretty sure we flew into Melbourne. Deviled sausage is an Aussie classic. What's deviled sausage? Sausage with prawns. We should probably start slowing down. Let's go ahead and slow to 210. Where's the traffic? I think he's right out there. Turn right to sausage. Slow on to 180. Cams are coming online. It's daytime now, so we've got all our lights on. Astrojet is at 1900, so let's make it 2000. Let's go filch it. 210, flight level change. And we'll go direct to RTET or whatever that is. Air Pacific was the most nervous I've ever been on a plane many years ago. Really? I think I was too little to realize if they were safe or not. But I did take an Air Pacific 747 into Fiji, and then we flew. That's what it was. Then we flew from Fiji to Melbourne. I don't know who it was. Maybe it was on Qantas, or it could have been Air Pacific. I don't know. But then I know for a fact we went from Melbourne, went to some other places, then we went Melbourne, Sydney, and then we went Sydney, LA on a 747.
Traffic 169.5, short 5.
Hamilton Island. Oh, we're going there, Lazarus, and we're going to go to. We have to go to Lizard Island near Cairns, because that's where I went in real life as well. That's actually where I flew a Cessna 310 from Lizard Island back to Cairns when I was way too young to be flying. Well, that's not true. I didn't have any ratings, but the pilot was like, "Yeah, you can fly it. You can fly it." Awesome time. Sydney traffic, Qantas flight 357. We're making a right base runway 34 left Sydney. All right, 180 on the sped. Let's see if we can get any flap sound. Nope, no flap sounds. Flapster sounds are, man. This must be default sound then. All right, turn it all the way over. Arm the approach.
Traffic, Qantas flight 49.
There it is. Low and glide slope is armed. You want to think about the autopilot? I think the autopilot's fine. I don't know any different to say that the autopilot in this airplane is not doing anything correct. At this point, if anything is incorrect, it's probably user error. All right, so low glide slope, speed 180. Our ref speed is 133. Now, I think if I go here, will it start slowing? If I go... Nope. I'm trying to go like approach mode. Like FMS speed. Oh yeah, we'll turn the HUD down here. I just want to make sure we join the final. Oh, recording. Recording is on. All right, Loke is captured. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's slow it up. 133. Gear down. Speed brake, arm. Oh, this is the other thing in this airplane too. It like, even if it's armed, they still deploy, right? Oh, there we go. It's very close to deploying. Autopilot's off. HUD's coming down. There's a way to declutter this.
Traffic on final for 34 left. Just giving heads up. Quartering headwind from the west.
Copy that, thanks. Qantas flight 357, we're on final runway 34 left, about 3 miles, Sydney traffic. All right, everything is down. I'm trying to get my bearings here with this HUD. We're probably going to absolutely smash it. Rip. Match and mash, match and mash. All right, so you got to put the thing, the donut in the hole, right? It's so much excess information, man. I don't know. I feel like HUDs on commercial aircraft are so weird. I feel like I'm playing that space shuttle game on iPads. Landing the space shuttle. I can't do it. I would fly so much better if I was just looking at the PFD. There we go. We're getting it dialed in now. Man, I just touched the trim and it just like shot down. Alright, there we go. We're dialed in. It took me a while. I should have left my auto throttle on. Why do I have a caution? Oh yeah, auto throttle disconnect. That's
approaching minimums. Minimums. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Like another 3%.
and there we go. Look at that. Look at the nose wheel. See how the nose wheel does that when I barely touch it? That's all we do around here is butter. That's not true. What was it, a 122? I feel like I hate the HUD. I would have to train on the HUD. I think that's probably why they train on the HUD.
Sydney traffic on
I need...
5. We're going to cross 34 left.
I would need at least 10 to 20 landings of just the HUD to really start to feel comfortable with it, I think. When I first look at it, because I'm trained to look at my PFD, right? So my eyes are trying to look at the PFD, but then I'm like, no, don't look at the PFD, look at the HUD, and then I'm looking down, I'm pushing down on the yoke. That's bad piloting. That's not the airplane. That's just me not knowing how to fly with the HUD. What did we land at? I don't have no idea what that touchdown was. No idea. But let's go ahead and clean it up. I'm going to have to properly secure these throttles. Roberto, I forgot how much fun these Boeing throttles were. We might have to bust out PMDG next. Do some 737 ops now. But see, look what I mean. Like, see how the nose does that? Look. I can promise you the 787 doesn't taxi like that with just little rudder input. It's like the nose wheel gain is on the F-18 is like on carrier mode or whatever it is. Where's Wingnut when you need him? It's like the gain is way up. All right, clear left, hopefully. Clear right, hopefully. Let's go park over here. Let's go ahead and stop the recording, by the way. Let's save it. YSSY landing. Yep, it's drag. Happened to be in the 787 sim. I flew looking at the PFD all the time. I'm glad you love the 7.3. I love it, Roberto. It's been a while since we busted out the 7.3 throttles, but since we got them out, we're gonna roll with them now for the next couple of streams. It was a 122? Nice. All right. Let's go ahead and turn off some of our lights. We'll leave the nose light on. Actually, no, that's not our taxi light. We'll turn all those off. We'll turn off. Cool. Let's go, where should we park this bad boy at? I see a Qantas tail over there. See, I want to love this airplane. I want to. I think maybe maybe the next big update, right? Because in beta they've got some updates coming for this airplane with like EFB and all that. I will definitely give it another shot when that comes out, because I want to love this airplane. I do. I really do. Oh, that's just a 380. Let's go over here. Now, I'm curious, what gate is this? 53? Let me see if it will allow me to park there. Oh, what terminal? I don't know. I don't see anybody. Oh, we ain't going there. I'm not going all the way over there. Let's see. I'm at the wrong terminal. I'm at domestic. Okay, well let's go. Hell, we've come this far. Let's go to the right terminal. We got to go back there, right? The 53. Let's go to 53. All folks from the flight deck. Just an announcement here. We have a gate change assignment. Looks like we're going to be going to gate 53 now. That's gate 53. Do apologize for the slight delay here. We'll have you at the gate here momentarily. Thanks for your patience. Mates. Let's go to 53. I didn't read the airport brief. We had 3 hours to do. We didn't read anything. This is total fake pilot in here. Why do I still have auto throttle disconnect? Oh, yeah. Double tap. Alright, everything else looks good. Our flaps are up, our lights are off. Request to follow me? Will it come if I keep going, or where's this follow me? I know it's over here somewhere. This airplane could be so fun, because I do like... This is making me want a 350 now. Let's stop here. Let's set our limit. Oh, it's way over there. Okay, it's over there. Ain't nobody got time to wait for a follow me car. Let's go. "15 seconds. I don't need a follow me car. We're professional pilots here. Oh, there it is. There comes Christy in his Mercedes that he got taken away from him. Because it's high speed. Oh, and I just crushed it. No one's on final, are they? That's Sydney traffic. Qantas flight 357. We'll cross the runway 34 to the left, taxiing the terminal Sydney.
Sydney traffic velocity 714. We are about 5 miles from the ILS. 34 left. We'll be joining us.
Alright, he's still 5 miles out. Who was it? V1 JetBlue has a HUD on their planes, at least on the 190s, but I'm sure 320s too are mistaken. I don't know any 320s in the U.S. that have HUDs. Horizon has them on their Embraers, Roberto, because they hand fly Cat 2s. They hand fly, or actually, I don't know if they have. I know they have them on their Q400s. If anybody has a HUD on a weird airplane in the States, it's going to be Horizon. They operate for Alaska and the Pacific Northwest. But I know they have HUDs on their Q400s because they hand fly Cat 2s down to 50 feet. We didn't have HUDs on our Embraers. We did Cat 2s down to 50 feet with the autopilot on, and then you disconnect it and land. But no HUDs on ours. And I don't know any Airbus operator with HUDs. I'm sure someone's got them somewhere. Oh, I forgot to do my fake tower, my fake air traffic control today. Now Lauren's here. We would be in trouble. We can't do it. Alright, so we'll turn her on in here. Yeah, taxiing this airplane is like taxiing on Xbox. I've just stopped using the tiller because it's like it's not even worth it.
Traffic 149, we're making our right turn. Downwind for flat. One shot.
Have a marshaller around here. Oh, we never started the APU. Oh, it's one of those, no, why don't we have a marshaller? Well, folks, we're just sort of the gate here. Please remain safe with your seatbelt fast until the seatbelt sign comes off. Thank you. Alright, well, no marshaller.
Sydney traffic battery 714, we are about 10 miles away from the airport. We are going 3-4.
Oh no, I don't have control of my... Oh no, we can't crash into the terminal. I was trying to do it in drone cam. Professional streamers are available elsewhere. Look at this nose wheel. This nose wheel is so ridiculous. Oh, there's a marshal. He's in the building.
Boarding requested.
Parked a bit too short and askew. Definitely a personal problem. Engine's coming down. Beacon light is off. We'll go ahead and get these on. We would turn off our fuel pumps, packs, and all that good stuff. But we're going into replay anyway, so. That was a pretty good shutdown sound, though. No lie. The shutdown sound was good. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Australia. Wow, look at the tower. I kind of want to look around. I've never really seen this airport before, so anybody on final? Probably not. I think we're the last one in today because we had to do our Sydney Harbor tour, but it was worth it. Wow, is that a 380 right there? All right, first flight in the fly-by-wire 380 is going to be Sydney to Queenstown.
Passengers bus is
Sydney
coming.
to Queenstown. I mean, it's so ugly, you gotta like it, right? This one's got some serious issues too. Look at the flaps are all down. This one is probably a Qantas Flight 72. Oh, I just hit the reset button. Alright. Well, they're gonna deboard. We're here. Let's look at our replay and get out of here. 380 into Queenstown seems legit. We could do it. we will plan to land with like 0 go-around fuel. Like we'll be as light as possible. Gosh, I want to like this airplane, guys. I really want to like it.
Sydney traffic, Qantas 1049, we're on a 15-mile final for runway 34 left.
15-mile final? Ain't nobody got time for that. Let's watch the replay.
Passengers deboarding starting.
Cool. I'm not going to sit here the whole time deploying 200 people. We'll reset GSX, so restart Qtao. Just this default Adobo, so I should have had the engines on. Right? So let's do that. We'll go start down here. Start them up, make sure all our lights are on. That's all done. Fuel pumps, they should start without them. Let's see.
Sydney traffic,
Desirable, take care, man.
runway 34 left.
Try something. Barely moves. I was doing a little squat test there. All right, everything's up and running. Flaps are coming out. Looks like the second engine didn't start or failed to start. There it goes. Anybody else on there before we get offline? Oh, he just landed. Just missed him. Oh no, he's taxiing. Virgin? Where's that coming in from? Oh, there is one more guy on final. What is it? Should we wait? If you would do Toga, would be parking brakes sufficient to hold the airplane from rolling? I don't know on a 787. I don't know.
5 mile final.
I don't know. That's my answer. Some airplanes can jump chocks, but I don't know. I know in a King Air it'll drag the tires. I do not know on a 7.8. Oh, that's a 7.4. Oh, and the gear coming down. Look. Okay, it's worth waiting for this one. It's worth waiting for this one. All right. No pressure, 7.4. You got 200 people watching you. That is a 7.4 on final. That's that giant. That is Atlas Air. All right. He's already he's nervous. Now that we told him 200 people are watching, he's already coming in low. He's already getting low. He's going to drag it in because he doesn't want to float. There we go. Where's that song we downloaded? Oh yeah, here we go. 74 gear represent. Here it is. Don't mess it up. Don't tell me he's going around. Oh, it's a simul approach. Look.
Got this water.
That's sweet.
Over the dash.
Hey, make sure your gear down. Frantically, he paused the sim. He paused the sim to check to see if his gear were down. A little crosswind, decrab, decrab. Ooh! Hey, boxes don't bitch. That's a good cargo landing. Right on the markers. There was no float on that one. There was positively no float on that one. Nice job. That was pretty good. Right on the markers. That was a good freight dog landing. All right, let's watch our replay and get out of here. I don't know what what's going to happen here when we load this in. I'm going to disconnect from VATSIM. Where's my replay? It didn't save. Just kidding. Cargo doors open. Good day, mate. Welcome to Australia. Got some cold ones in the esky for ya. Aviator Nick, appreciate the $9 donation. Appreciate you. Very, very kind. Thanks for the super chat. We're in Australia. We're in Australia. It's gonna be a fun one. Appreciate the support, Aviator Nick. Thank you for supporting the channel, for the super chats, the views. It's gonna be fun, man. Thank you for the support. Appreciate you. Roberto says, need to check the landing gear on the 7-4. Log entry. Suspected hard landing. Shots fired. Can I get a shots fired for Roberto? We need shots fired. He's requiring a hard landing entry in the book. That's where you write that one. You write it in the book. You let maintenance know, but you make sure your bag is packed before you let maintenance know. That way you just get off the airplane. You don't have to sit there. All right, but that's going to wrap it up for us. Y'all enjoy the replay here. We'll send a few out with you here. Send a few 787 replays with our doors open. Thank you for hanging out with me today. Until the next one, stay safe, stay healthy, keep those notifications on. I'm not sure when the next stream will be. It could be early as tomorrow. It could be early as next month. Who knows? Until then, stay safe, stay healthy. I'm V1. See you.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10. Yeah.